graduates can only, there will be very few people in the audience, and we had a meeting yesterday. What's the best possible, that hybrid experience that's going to be part of our future? What will be the best possible experience for the people in the room? And by that, we mostly mean the ordinands, the graduates, and the best possible experience for the people who will be watching. And so all these questions that we never imagined, and like, we are religious leaders. We are aiming for ritual to be transformative, and surely it can happen. But boy, it's on so many more.
I know. Yeah. I really relate to that. We also had numerous conversations with our ordinands last year and really did something that was focused on what they felt they needed and could cope with under these really traumatic circumstances. But even this year, it's been really hard to plan ahead, not knowing where we would be with this pandemic and all those sorts of questions. So it's really interesting. But again, really making us think through the nature of this ritual, what happens in that moment, how do you deal with it, how do you give the people for whom it's the most important, the ordinands themselves, the right experience, and still be able to bring others into it and share in that moment, that hugely transformational moment. Yeah. Sounds like we've had exactly the same crises and thoughts processes.
The title of our session is "The Future of the Progressive Seminary," but it sounds like we still need to discern the present of the Progressive Seminary. It's been so tumultuous for you both. Do you have any sense of tomorrow or next year or the year after of the future, or is it really just trying to do the best you can day by day?
May I go first?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please.
Deborah Waxman, thank you.
So I wanted to give you just a tiny bit of history. We, in 2012, so almost 10 years ago now, the Reconstructionist movement in America reorganized itself, and we merged the Reconstructionist Rabbinical College and the Congregational Union, and so Reconstructing Judaism is both. And that, the public story, which is very true, is that we wanted to maximize impact and create as many and act on as many synergies as we could, and that we were kind of moving. We were the last to a denominational table in America, which is seminary, Congregational Union, Professional Association, and we were the last to that table and the first to leave it. Reconstructionism was founded on the vision of Rabbi Mordecai Kaplan, and that definition of Judaism as an evolving religious civilization of the Jewish people. And Kaplan himself always preferred it. He understood it as a methodology and as an approach, and he was kind of resistant to the denominational structure. And so we felt like the new organization would enable us to meet the needs of our amazing communities and train rabbis from a particular perspective, train leaders, and also serve the broader Jewish community through projects like ritualwell.org and other projects. And the shadow side of that, which is also true, but we didn't lead with it in the press release, was that it was a challenging time in a changing moment, with, especially in the States, the right after we did this merger, the Pew Foundation came out with a major study about declining religiosity, and we saw in membership organizations, religious and otherwise, declining membership and all of these changes. And so this was a way to try to be as nimble and as resourceful as we could in a landscape that seemed to be working against us. So, it has been challenging times. And the merger, I think, has been not without its difficulties, and full of potential that we have begun to realize. And I would, in one of the unexpected parts of this pandemic has been a revitalization of religion. Like a religious revival here in America. I mean, the existential nature of the crisis, and overshadowed also by the climate crisis, which is, even if we're able to resolve this, that's not going away anytime soon. has led to a seeking of meaning, a seeking of community. And we, because of our merged, if we had just been the Rabbinical College, we don't have the Layer House program out of the Rabbinical College like Leo Baeck does, but we have had all kinds of other digital resources that we have been amassing and putting out because of our movement work and because of our community work. And immediately in the pandemic, we had really privileged in-person, and the digital stuff, and the innovation stuff was kind of in the background, and we were able to flip that. So there was that seeking, and we were able to meet it. And I would say a rehabilitation of the rabbinate, people really understanding that rabbis play a critical role and turning to their rabbis, which we've seen also as an uptick in interest in our rabbinical training program, even as the funding model in America is completely up in the air with all of the other demographic and sociological changes. The interest and the desire among younger people to serve, and I think the desire across the board for what really, we were just talking about what really matters in ritual and what really matters in life as well. So we're seeing an uptick of interest there. And then I would also say this uptick in networks and in federations that where there had been a disinterest in that, we're not, whatever happens next, we're not going to do this on our, whatever we figure out at RRC, of course you're thinking about the same things. And of course we should be sharing solutions. And so the more we have relationships and structures that support those relationships really help. So, and people I think are recognizing that, and hopefully they will offer up the support for it in their volunteer work and in their dollars or in their currency. So I think I am intensely curious, and I am I won't say optimistic, but I am less anxious and seeing many opportunities, and knowing that we are feeling good that we are equipped to pursue those opportunities or to meet those opportunities. We went through a strategic planning process this past year that we were not planning on doing, because last April it was just so clear that everything that we had thought previously was maybe up in the air. And so we have we have a pathway that imagines what the next 5 years is like, and that is part of that imagining is tons and tons of adaptation at all times, and tons of strategic pivoting whenever it's necessary. So it's a values-driven, overarching strategy with many different ways to fulfill it, and in an atmosphere that I think A, needs us, and B, is more receptive than it was previously.
It's a mix of people needing you, I think, as well as you adapting and innovating. That sounds quite exciting, actually. How about in your case, Deborah Kahn-Harris at Leo Baeck, the only fully accredited Jewish seminary in the UK? What's the future? Paint it for us.
So it's interesting. There are similarities. There are also some big differences. It's excuse me 1 second. The progressive Jewish world in the UK is a slightly different picture than it is in the United States, and we have not one but two progressive movements here. Both fall under the umbrella of the World Union for Progressive Judaism, of which Liberal Judaism is one of them, one of the key ones. And Leo Baeck College services the needs of both those communities, as well as from time to time, we have students from the Masorti movement in this country, and we also have students from continental Europe, as was witnessed by my conversation about ordination this year. Leo Baeck College is going to be celebrating its 65th anniversary in the next academic year. It's always been an institution with an enormous amount of heart, the Lamed Vet of our name, Leo Baeck, an enormous amount of potential, an enormous amount of vision, but trying to do it on a shoestring, really. And certainly in the early years of the institution, I think it's really a modern miracle that the college survived those early years and is still here, because it is difficult. Anglo Jewry has just about nearly most of the time enough progressive Jews to support having an institution like Leo Baeck at its heart, but it's often very borderline. And the truth is, though, that it's very much a symbiotic relationship. The college exists really to support the needs of liberal Judaism and Reform Judaism in their communities. And I don't believe in the health and well-being of any of our three of our main institutions without each other. In that sense, we are that kind of, al shlosha devarim, on the three things does the world stand. Well, maybe not the world, but progressive Judaism in this country certainly stands on those three pillars of Leo Baeck College, liberal Judaism and Reform Judaism. And we do need each other, and we have to find ways to work with each other. And there has been a real concerted effort, more behind the scenes over the past year, to figure out better ways of working together and supporting each other. And I can't say how thrilled I am that Rabbi Charlie Baginski has been appointed chief executive during the past year, and just have loved working with her and with liberal Judaism with her at its helm. So I think that's tremendous and bodes well for our relationship moving forwards. But I think there's a massive need for progressive seminaries, and particularly the kinds of seminaries that Deborah and I have the privilege to helm. You only need to look at the world, whether it's the pandemic, the environmental crisis, Black Lives Matter, which I know we'll talk about some of those issues later, the pioneering work that all of our institutions have done over the past generation or even two. When I was training for the rabbinate 25, I'm going to be 25 years in the rabbinate this summer, which seems extraordinary to me. But when I was training 25, 30 years ago, there were a handful of women in the rabbinate in this country. I could name all of them on my fingers and toes, probably less than that. And we all knew each other, and we all knew all the limitations of where we could go and what we could do and we couldn't. And now it's just not even there, right? And our seminaries were the places that transformed gender and sexuality and all those sorts of issues in our communities by producing leaders who were able to embody that transformation. And I think that's really still where we need to go. Looking forward, what are the issues for the next generation? Some of them are really clear, those issues we've just named, and other sort of, fight for transgender rights and things of that nature, we know. But looking 20 years ahead, what are going to be the issues then? Some of that I can't tell you, because I'm not really good with my crystal ball. But what I can say is that seminaries are not just the place where we train our rabbis. They're also the place where we think deeply about Judaism, right? I adore my congregational colleagues, but I know I was a congregational rabbi for a number of years. It's hard. It's really hard to do the job day in and day out, support people, especially over the past year, doing virtual funerals on Zoom and trying to curate services and think creatively about how to run cheders and religion schools and adult education and how are you going to do conversions and all that kind of stuff. It's hard work. And just thinking about your next sermon. But where do we think deeply about what the theology of our movements are? Where do we have the space, the headspace to run conferences and provide that new input? Last week, we started a series of seminars for our students and faculty in rabbinic literature and our alumni. We had 45 people on the line listening to one of our invited speakers, huge numbers of alumni phoning in to listen, because actually this is the space where we can do that thinking. It's not just about what is it that we'd like to include in the future, it's also about how do we make it Jewishly inclusive, right? And the seminary is this space where where those values meet. And one of our speakers this past week, he said in his session this beautiful thing. He said, he wants to make his world relevant to the Talmud rather than making the Talmud relevant to his world. And I think that's not just the Talmud, but our entire textual tradition, ritual tradition, liturgical tradition. That's what we're trying to do, and we need seminaries to do that. Beyond that, I think Leo Baeck sees part of its purpose as bringing all of that knowledge beyond the rabbinic classroom just for training rabbis. We also train educators. That's huge. We also run our Lehrhaus program, and we really want to bring the knowledge that we have in-house out to a bigger community. And I think the fact is that we have grown. I think the Lehrhaus has increased registrations about 3 times over. So we had about 110 registrations this time last year. This year, we are somewhere between 320 and 330 registrations for our programs. That's huge. And that means lots more members of our communities, lots more members of liberal congregations engaging more deeply with what it means to be Jewish, with our tradition, and what they can learn about it. And that will be the renaissance for me of our traditions. That's where the future lies, is better educated Jews who know more Jewish stuff, who are able to bring the tradition into their worlds, whatever their worlds are, because every one of us makes such a huge impact. And so Leo Baeck is tiny. I like to think of us as a small but perfectly formed jewel. I know that within the American scene, RRC is also relatively on the small side. But the impacts that we make go well beyond the numbers of people that we have in our institutions, right? All you need to do is think for 1 minute, if you're out there listening to this conversation, think about the number of people in your community that your rabbi has touched the lives of. And then you understand what the impact of a place like Leo Baeck College is, or RRC. It's so far beyond our borders. The challenges going forward, look, everybody's sanguine about this. We're all living through a global pandemic that's affected our economic structures. We all know that finance is a massive issue moving forwards, and everybody I speak to in the charitable sector, not just the Jewish one, says the next sort of 3 to 5 years is going to be painful for a lot of us. So we've got to work that out, because we have to transition. We have to build that bridge, because I believe that if we believe in a progressive Jewish future, we have to believe in our institutions. I can see that my colleague, Rabbi Richard Jacoby, is asking, with women now being ordained within Orthodoxy and even leading communities, what else do you think the wider Jewish world needs to copy from you / us?
Before we get to that, can I just make one point to build on what Deborah just said? I mentioned that we did a strategic planning process in this last year, and it included a research phase where we worked with this wonderful social impact firm, and they conducted surveys, and we did focus groups, and they talked to people in the wider world. And, yes, for sure, I painted an optimistic picture, and it has been harrowing and frightening, and we have done some contraction, and we're hoping that we'll be able to build it up as well into the future. So in the strategic planning process, we put everything on the table. We had to look at it with bravely and as clearly as we could see it. And so one question was, would we continue rabbinical training? And in the research phase, what they found, so Deborah, it proves your point so precisely, that Reconstructionist rabbis are so valued and so esteemed in the world and in their communities, and are making such an outsized impact. And it was thrilling to hear, just thrilling and very affirming, and clarified, yes, even as it is a very significant expense to educate rabbis, we are going to continue to do that. So just to everything that you said, and this little piece of data to back it up.
And I think we also, and I think here liberal Judaism and Reconstructing Judaism have so many similarities. They are very culturally distinctive spaces, but they are such important homes for such large numbers of people in our communities, and they both require their own seminaries that can teach that distinctiveness, right? We all know that there's always the argument for there'll be somewhere larger that we can just send everyone to, but we lose. It's not just about cultural distinctiveness. It's about like the important things that bring people into our communities get lost. We talk about diversity, cultural diversity in terms of race, ethnicity, religion in our bigger societies, but actually Jewish diversity matters as well. And I think sometimes in the Jewish community, we forget to talk about that. But Jewish diversity is so important. The existence of liberal Judaism, and then that comes to Rabbi Jacoby's question so well, you know, who's copying the stuff we do? As it happens, I am actually American, which maybe Deborah doesn't realize. And I grew up in a congregation in the States that was both conservative and had a small Reconstructionist bit to it. But I remember when I was going to be bat mitzvahed, wanting to get tefillin for my bat mitzvah. I was the first young woman in our community to be allowed to get tefillin on her bat mitzvah. And, you know, one of the reasons behind that was because there was a Reconstructionist influence in our community, right? And my rabbi could go back and kind of look for that evidence trail. So it's exactly that, right? The fact that we've been ordaining women since the early 70s in the progressive Jewish world, that we've been ordaining LGBTQI plus people for decades. You know, that's why there's changes in the wider community, right? That will happen on all sorts of different levels. The innovations that we make in our congregations, they spill out. They spill out. And we have to be here to innovate, because if we're not here, our more traditional partners in bigger Jewish world, they won't. Or if they do, it will take so much longer than necessary.
That's exactly. I make the same exact argument. Charlie and I were on a panel that we recorded for the World Union for Progressive Judaism conference that's coming up. And so too was Rabbi Rick Jacobs, the head of the Reform movement. And we are tiny compared to the Reform movement here in America and in North America, I should say. And I shared an image that my predecessor used and that I think is so perfect. We often will refer to the Reform movement as like a ship of state. You know, it's big, it is massive, and it moves kind of, and it's very diverse, and it moves kind of slowly. And that the Reconstructionist movement, we are like a speedboat, and we're out ahead. Kind of scouting what happens, because indeed, exactly what you just said, that so many of the things that where the Jewish community is now heading, we pioneered, we innovated. Not the Reform movement and the Reconstructionist movement were simultaneous on ordination of women, but LGBT rabbis, our attitude toward rabbis who are toward Jews who are married to non-Jews, and the recognition that decision is not a decision to exit Jewish life, and what opens up women, and certainly women rising to the highest levels of leadership. And I would say now the real pressing issue for us is racial justice. And so many of these innovations, when the Reconstructionist movement adopted them, we were either ignored or castigated. And then 15 or 10 or sometimes just 5 years later, when the Reform movement adopted them, they were championed and we were again ignored. And I make the same exact argument. If we weren't doing it, it would take so much longer for them to get to it because of the size and because of the diversity. And so that the distinctiveness and the intentionality and, dare I say, the courage that
right.
So I think it's a very important space. And my argument when I'm talking to, especially the Reconstructionists in America, they're up for it, whether or not they have the sufficient resources to continue to invest in us. And I'm constantly we have a lot of big foundations here in America who say, well, we don't support denominational Jewry. And yes, we like ritual well, and yes, we see that it reaches 250,000 people now, up to closer to 400,000 people a year. But you know, like there's always an argument they have, and I think that the argument you just made is the most powerful argument of all. If we disappear, that is a tremendous loss to the entire, especially liberal Jewish community.
I'd like to make the point as well to you both and to anyone listening that There are many Christian churches that are not very much bigger than your respective communities who, I think, if they aren't already looking, they should be looking, because we have in the Christian community a huge amount to learn from progressive Judaism in terms of punching above our weight. And you're not the only ones who might feel slightly smaller than bigger peers. So I think it's I think as someone who's benefited from Reconstructionist Judaism and from progressive Judaism in the UK, I want you both to hear that. Let's come on to this really important question that you've both touched on already of diversity within the Jewish community, racial justice, the conversation that's happening, spilling over into all different religious traditions now. Can you, and just to put a fine point on it, here in the UK, many listening in will know that the Board of Deputies released a 10-month long in the planning report on inclusion in the UK Jewish community. And Deborah Waxman, I've seen your blogs on racial justice recently on your seminary website as well. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges this poses to theological education for you? And specifically the term ashkenormativity, which I know you'll both know what that means, and our listeners will too, and also attracting a diverse student intake. So can you speak to some of those challenges as they affect your teaching and your students and your communities? And maybe let's Deborah Waxman, let's stick with you on this. Give us a bit of an American flavor, please.
It's a pressing issue here in America. My doctorate's in American Jewish history, and one of the things that I've always taught is that for Jews whose origins are in Europe, there the major divide is Christian Jewish, is religious. That's where the major axis is. And here in America, the major axis of difference is black-white. It's about race. And for the masses of Jews who came over from Eastern Europe in the late 19th, early 20th century, that axis created a lot of space for us, and that's part of what created ashkenormativity. It was because the numbers and the welcome, or if not welcome, at least the not overt persecution and the benign disregard created a lot of space for us to both create a really robust Jewish life in our own image. I'm that's my background, and to integrate into American life in really powerful ways as well. And I think reckoning with that divide, as opposed to just kind of pretending it doesn't exist, which is a pretty powerful strategy that white Americans have used since the Civil War, to mask a lot of white supremacism and to mask a status quo that is really profoundly unjust. I do feel that this is an opportunity really to pursue racial reckoning, a kind of a reset that maybe was started in the Civil War, that maybe was started in the civil rights campaign of the 50s and the 60s. The Reconstructionist movement has been doing this work before George Floyd's murder a year ago, 11 months ago. And I would say significantly, there would be like a couple of motivations. One was that we had our first Black student arrive about 10 years ago, and we were not ready for her. And we welcomed her, but welcoming is really different from creating or even striving toward an anti-racist community that looks at its practices and its prejudices, and with an effort to dismantle them, and that looks at the curriculum and looks at what supports and structures might be necessary. And we started to, we partly with her lobbying and partly because we are a reflective and an intentional community that really aspires to help our students rise to fullness so that they can serve the Jewish people. That started us in the Rabbinical College on a set of reflections and changes. And across the larger organization, we are really lucky to participate in a very vital network called the Jewish Social Justice Roundtable, because we do a lot of what we would call tikkun olam work. A lot of our congregations are interested. A lot of our students come to us because they are passionate activists. And the roundtable, back in 2016, the CEOs of all the organizations that are members of that made a decision to really dedicate ourselves to working on racial justice within the Jewish community and really centering that, and asked us through various convenings and programs to make a set of commitments about what would it mean to really work hard on racial justice. And we were really able to engage our leadership in a set of commitments that would really lead to significant transformation. So it meant that at our last convention in 2018, we had a whole racial justice track. And this is a great opportunity for me to invite all of you to stream into our next convention, which will be March 23rd to 27th, 2022. And we'll make certain to let you know how to do that. Or you also can come. It's going to be a hybrid conference, so you're more than welcome to cross the pond and come and be with us. And so at that convention, though, what we found was that was right at the height of a lot of anti-immigration and nativist sentiment here in America, and we also had a lot of programming on how to become like a sanctuary synagogue and immigration reform, and all those tracks were very well attended. But it was the racial justice tracks that were overwhelmingly populated. And what they told us in person and what they told us on the surveys is, we know how to do the immigration work, and we have guides for the immigration work. We know we need to do this racial justice work, and we don't know how to do it. Help us do it. Help us do it in a just way. So I'm so proud to say the strategic plan I mentioned earlier, one of the 5 goals includes committing to racial justice work. It includes committing to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to help within the Reconstructionist movement, and to helping to participating in efforts to transform the Jewish community in North America. That student that I talked about, who helped us transform the rabbinical program, has recently returned just in March as our first ever director of racial diversity, equity, and inclusion, and she's working across the organization in the rabbinical program and across the movement, and we have all kinds of other plans and aspirations within rabbinical training. Some of it we have other students of color. They're small. We are recruiting. There are class inequities, the financial implications to being not across the board, but as a general rule, part of the impact of white supremacy is that folks have less access to higher education, they have less access to resources. So we're trying to be attentive to that. We're trying to be very attentive both to doing the work that we need to do, the entire community to be anti-racist, which means a lot of trainings, a lot of conversations, and also creating dedicated space for Jews of color, so that it both exist, and that it's not only about integration. And I think one of our students, I'll make just 2 last points. One of our students often has this very powerful language to say, like, this is not about welcome, come on in and conform to us, but this is about a willingness to be transformed in the encounter and to change how we are doing things. And the way this student says it, and they go by they pronouns, like welcome, the welcome is not conform. The welcome is, we are your aunties, we are your uncles, like, we are family, make us feel at home, and the home has to be transformed. And I think and the last piece has to go with what are we teaching? It's how we are teaching, for sure, and what's the content of what we're teaching. Judaism it's a worldwide phenomenon. There are many resources that we can draw on, musical traditions, cultural traditions, texts, and in fact, part of the work is also registering that the Chachamim, the rabbis who created, the sages who created the Talmud, they were not white. So some of it is bringing that analytical lens of getting out of our own moment and understanding the the breadth, but also even how we approach the materials that we have been studying.
Deborah
Thank
Kahn-Harris.
you so much. I mean,
please.
very inspiring to hear you speak. And of course, because you're running an institution that straddles both your seminary and your sort of denominational headquarters and congregational work, whatever, some of the work you're talking about is stuff that really is best left to Charlie and liberal Judaism to talk about. And I know there's a session biennial with Stephen Bush, who headed up that report for the Board of Deputies in this country. From a strictly kind of seminary perspective at Leo Baeck College. So very interesting. As someone who was raised in Texas, I hear every issue that you're talking about black and white in America and the whole transformation of Jews into white people in the American context. And Britain is slightly different space, which is not at all to say anything other than the fact that people of Black and Asian and other minority ethnic backgrounds in this country have a whole range of challenges that face them due to societal inequalities, structural inequalities, etc. And we obviously our country here, as we know from our own BLM movements, particularly last summer, that have a history that's enmeshed in the slave trade. So those are things that I think at a movement level, denominational level, I know that liberal Judaism is definitely on the right side of justice and working with communities to think about those issues. In terms of Leo Baeck College, I think for us, I think a few of the things you've touched on there are really relevant. So one is, just saying we're very welcoming. Anybody who wants to come can come is not the approach. Of course, you want to be welcoming, but as you say, every student who comes transforms your institution in some way. So for us, it's about really engaging with people. That it's how does every new student who comes in transform us as an institution? How do we think about the gaps that they're there for them and their own sort of needs in learning? And in particular, precisely because we do train people for across continental Europe, sometimes further afield as well, but particularly the European scene. Not every Jew in Europe is Ashken normative, in all honesty. At the moment we have had for a number of years several French Jews, many of whom come from North African Sephardic backgrounds. I am probably one of the proudest moments of my career was the ordination of Rabbi Chaim Casas in 2017, who's the first Spanish-born progressive rabbi in Jewish history, and who brought an entirely different Jewish diverse background with him, his Spanish and Portuguese heritage, and his learning coming from an Anusim background, the so-called the Jews who had to hide their lineage for so many centuries. That was a profound amount of learning for us, and watching him spend summers in Morocco trying to catch up on things that it wasn't that we didn't want to teach him, we just didn't have the skills in-house to teach him. And I think those are things we need to be thinking about. The progressive movements in the UK are not monolithically Ashkenazic. And in fact, certainly in the Reform movement, West London Synagogue has a strong background in the Spanish and Portuguese tradition and Sephardic traditions. And if you look at our Sidurim, you'll see echoes of bits of that coming through, right? But we don't talk about it enough. I don't think we are as open to it as we should be and could be, and thinking about what it means to have people with a wealth of different kind of Jewishly diverse cultural heritages coming in and studying with us. And what is the kind of core stuff that you've got to get through no matter what, and what is the other stuff that we should be bringing in? And I think also it's about work with liberal Judaism, with Reform Judaism, to try and get people to come into the college, to train to be rabbis who do come from a diversity of backgrounds, whether that's the whole range. So I know, again, as a former congregational rabbi, that our communities are diverse. But if you look around the halls of Leo Baeck College at the moment, we're diverse in terms of gender, in sexuality, in terms of age. You know, we have a huge age spread. Our youngest students are in their early 20s, and our oldest recent graduate probably won't forgive me for telling you how old they were, but let's just say early 70s. So, you know, we're diverse in all sorts of ways. And I'd love for us to be diverse in terms of ethnic background as well. And that is really, you know, part of what I spoke to Stephen Bush about when I spoke to him when he interviewed me as part of the Board of Deputies report. I was hugely proud and honored about stuff that he wrote about his conversation with Leo Baeck College. I think that we have enormous potential. Look, the way in which it became possible for me to become a rabbi was by meeting in the 1980s some of our very early female colleagues. To know that somebody like me could become a rabbi and could become involved in Jewish communal life at a certain level. You know, Rabbi Eli Tikva Sarah, who is retiring this summer, which is astounding to me. You know, she and Rabbi Sheila Shulman, Zichrona Livracha, who were ordained the same year, 1989, from the college, were the trailblazers who've meant that loads and loads of LGBTQI people came through Leo Baeck College, or continue to come through Leo Baeck College, and know they can do it. And know that they will go out and be successful as rabbis, that they will transform the Jewish world, just as Eli and Sheila have done. And we need those people from more ethnically diverse backgrounds as well, including Black and Asian minority ethnic communities, to come into the college, because they will transform what our communities look like. They will turn us from being welcoming communities, which sometimes just means come and be like us, into diverse communities that mean that we can incorporate an even larger group of people into the work that we do. And so I really hope over the coming years that we will get our first students from those backgrounds, but they come out of all of our communities. So if you're listening in on this right now and you think, that's me and that's what I want to do, and maybe you have, you know, I listened to Stephen Bush's report, and there's some really traumatic stuff in it. And I think we all have to hear that, right? You know, in the UK, we have security in front of all of our synagogues. And we know people get racially profiled when they try to come into our spaces. And we know that's painful and it's wrong and it shouldn't happen. So maybe, you know, and maybe that is just the tip of the iceberg. But if you're that person sitting out there right now listening and saying, I want it to be different for the next person who comes through, I want my Jewish community to be transformed by all the things that I can bring to it, I encourage you to come talk to me and come talk to us at Leo Baeck College, because we want to support you in that journey, so that we can create ever more diverse and exciting Jewish life here in our congregations in the UK.
So beautiful, so powerful. After Shabbat and offline, Deborah, I will share with you a report that we commissioned 4 or 5 years ago about things that we saw as barriers for students of color, for potential rabbis who are Jews of color, barriers that they saw. And so I will share with you some of which are very specific to the United States or to North America, and some of which I'm sure will be useful to you as well. And what I want to say to everybody else also is I think that Deborah, for sure, and I hope I have made a compelling case for the importance of investing in leadership training institutions like Leo Baeck and like RRC. And I want to say that this is an opportunity and this is an obligation on all of us. And that part of the work is doing our own work. And part of the work is showing up as powerful allies. And that is one of, and Deborah, you just spoke about how your pathway is created because of the overt models, and I have the same experience. And I would say this as a lesbian as well as a woman, relatively early in women becoming rabbis. And I also say it, there are all the people who were not the overt role models, the white, straight, cisgender men who also cleared the pathway as well, and who also gave a leg up. So for those of us who are Ashkenazi, for those of us who do have white skin, like, it is on us to effect this transformation and to work toward justice this way. And I hope that didn't come across as hectoring. I hope that you see it as holy work, and as it is surely hard work, but I think it is also just essential and work as well.
Absolutely. And, lo alecha hamlacha ligmor, but, it's not incumbent upon us to complete this work, but neither are we free to desist from it. And I think that's what's really essential. We cannot just pretend it's not out there as important work that needs to be done. I can see that somebody wrote in and asked us whether people with disabilities are encouraged to train. And I want to say absolutely. And we do have any number of people with a range of mental and physical disabilities who train. Obviously, there are some things that may be limiting, but I would like to think that insofar as is possible, all those people are encouraged to train. Again, because that's what our communities are. They are made up of people with different kinds of abilities, we do our very best. And in fact, there's a huge emphasis on making accommodations for different kinds of needs that people bring into the training program. And I'm sure the same is true at RRC.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
And I just want to thank you also for the offer of stuff offline later on. And I look forward to continuing this conversation with you in all sorts of ways.
Absolutely. And just to your last point, our Vice President for Academic Affairs, who's kind of the dean of our program, she's finishing up, Rabbi Dr. Elsie Stern, she often says, we want to train rabbis who look like the people they serve. There's an elitism in the training. It's many years. It's a lot of work. It is for us. It takes a lot of money, and we're trying to make that as even as possible. And the end result is we want there to be not difference and not on a pedestal, but rather I think I often describe myself as Eshet Kihila, like I am a woman of the community, not a leader someplace else.
Yeah, Rabbi Sheila Shulman of blessed memory, she used to refer to it as egalitarian elitism. So exactly. Do with that what you will, but absolutely. And I'm not going to share what kinds of disabilities people have, because that's for them to want to put center if they want to. But we make all sorts of accommodations, and increasingly, in fact, to the extent that now also we make all of our incoming students sit some online testing to see if they actually have any kinds of educational needs. Many of them who say to me, well, I've got all these advanced degrees, how can you make me sit this? And actually part of the journey is people discovering things that they didn't always know about themselves as well. So, and that enables us to better support them through their journeys, basically.
And I would like offline to have that conversation, because
with pleasure.
Yeah, that's great.
With pleasure.
I'm struck by a reference you made, Deborah Waxman, to Mordecai Kaplan, describing his methodology earlier, and I've been thinking, as you've both been talking about, what is that unique gift of progressive Judaism, liberal Judaism, Reconstructionist Judaism, and as we look to the future of progressive Jewish life, what role can you play and your communities play in shaping it? Can you say a few words about the sort of way to do theological education? I mean, that's what you've both been saying lots and lots about, but is there a specifically progressive Jewish way to do what you're doing that will spill over and continue to inspire and to teach us beyond your sort of school, seminary walls? Deborah Waxman, perhaps we could come to you first, as I mentioned Kaplan's name. Talk about the methodology, please, and the future.
I think we've been talking about it implicitly. I mean, what I will say is, from Reconstructionism, that definition of Judaism as the evolving religious civilization, it informs how we structure our curriculum, so that we ask our students to look at the Jewish civilization at its origins in the biblical period, and they look at the study of the Israelite, the biblical civilization. They look at the texts, and then we move them into the rabbinic civilization, and they look at the study of the history, the texts, and that's where thought and philosophy is beginning to emerge. And we move them through the medieval and the modern and the contemporary. So they see that evolution, they see the internal developments and the external factors that affect that, and they have a sense of the diversity for sure, and the evolution, and some of the pushes and the pulls, and all of that it leads to the Reconstructionist conclusion that every generation has the opportunity and even the obligation to reconstruct Judaism. That our ancestors did it in an unself-conscious way, and part of the gift and the curse of modernity is that we have consciousness and that we can have an activist approach. So that's something that's very particular to Reconstructionism. And that's not the whole of it. I mean, alongside of that, I mentioned this right at the top of the hour, was that we have the classroom study, and we see that very clearly paired with what happens in the field. And in our new curriculum, we are really centered. We've had a long-standing requirement to you can't, even if you can pay your own way and you don't have to work to earn income, you have to work to earn experience. And you have to be supervised, and you have to be reflective about it. And we've just centered that more and more and more, so that we're hoping that we recognize that a tremendous amount of the learning happens in the field, and we're creating a program in partnership with local field supervisors, rabbis in the field who have much to contribute, chaplains, hospital chaplains, university chaplains, really trying to create that whole. So that's also part of the methodology. And I would layer in, we've had a requirement almost since our founding that students need to learn about Christianity, since we are a minority culture, and we have alongside of that a very robust multi-faith program. So they also have the options of learning about Islam and Eastern religions, and so that's a part of it as well. It's a complex thing to create a multi-year curriculum. More recently, we've had a gendered analysis for a long time. I just talked about the racial justice analysis that we're bringing in, and we've also been in the last couple of years really focusing in on what it means to train a trauma-informed rabbis. The recognition that there's so much collective and historical and personal trauma, and what that looks like for us as instructors in the classroom, and what it looks for us to cultivate that sensibility among our rabbis. But what I would also say, and this is where I think I hope it's come through in our conversation, there's such richness in the intimacy and in the small. Reconstructionism, I think, is deeply about relationship and deeply about connection. So all of this happens, all of this pedagogy and this theory happens within a group of people who know each other well and who are committed to that the best possible intersection between individual wholeness and a collective vision, and that understanding that each are transformed by the other. And so we have, in addition to like all the competencies that you have to demonstrate and the requirements that you have to fulfill, we have a statement of what we think rabbinic fitness is, which is so much about the whole person and so much about character as well as about academics or anything else. And I think that is it only Reconstructionist, or is it entirely distinct? I don't know. Is it incredibly powerful? Yes, this I am certain. And what it leads to, I think, is in the biggest possible way, activating so much of the potential of individuals to step out into community and lead with a kind of courage and a kind of forthrightness that is absolutely necessary for progressive religion today, absolutely necessary to confront the challenges that we have to confront, and to offer up vital and articulate expressions of a non-fundamentalist religion that I think is utterly necessary and persuasively rather than authoritarianly compelling in this world.
You're talking about shaping leaders in a very rich way. Deborah Kahn-Harris, how does that shake out at Leo Baeck College, and what role do you see Leo Baeck College helping play in the future of progressive Judaism in the UK?
Well, I mean, pretty much at a fundamental level, quite clearly, I don't believe there is a future of progressive Judaism in this country without our distinctive form of training that currently sits at Leo Baeck College. I mean, I think the fact that in excess of 90% of the rabbis working in Reform and liberal communities in this country are graduates of Leo Baeck College tells you everything you need to know about the ways in which that relationship is entirely symbiotic. And, in terms of what do we do that's distinctive, that's particularly liberal, I mean, classically, rabbis were just people who were the best educated Jews in the room. They were the ones who could poskin halacha. They could give you halachic responses. They didn't have vocational training. They didn't know how to. They didn't even lead services traditionally, right? And I think that's all innovations over the past 150 years of the progressive Jewish world. But I think what we really do at Leo Baeck, what we like to think we do is, we have three sort of sections, if you like, of rabbinic training. We always talk about the academic, the vocational, and the placement component. But really, in a sense, what we're doing is trying our hardest, particularly over the past 10 years, and moving forwards. We're in the middle of what's known as a revalidation cycle. And that just really means that at the moment we are reviewing our entire curriculum all over again and trying to get it, using all the feedback we can from students, from faculty, from recently ordained rabbis who've been through the program to make it the best, most fit for purpose program that we can. And one of the things we're trying to do is to make the boundaries between the academic and the vocational much fuzzier, right? That is the value of seminary education. You can send anybody you like to a university, go to Oxford, you can get your MA in Jewish studies. It's fine. You'll know how to write a really fine academic paper. But will you know how to do anything with that paper other than take it to academic conferences and talk to other academics about it? Or will you take that deep learning you've done and transmit it into communal life? How will you make that change people's lives? How will you use that? So we try very hard to always think about what are the relationships between what people are learning about the Talmud or the Mishnah or Bible or their liturgy or whatever, and what they're actually going to be doing with it, right? And when they're in those classes that sort of are teaching them how to give a sermon or whatever it might be, where's the content coming from, right? I think the most beautiful explanation of this I heard was a recent graduate of ours who, after taking high holiday services this past year, and this graduate is extremely whizzy, extremely good at technology, right? A thing we could probably learn a thing or two from. A congregant came up to this recent graduate and said, "You're amazing. You didn't even need to go to rabbinical school, did you?" And to that student's credit, they responded by saying, "How do you think I knew what to put into all of my whizzy technological presentations?" That for me is at the core of it, right? That how does the content that we give people become their rabbinate? We are trying to innovate. So we're doing things like, starting from September, we are hoping to trial our new training synagogues program, which will mean that it's a little bit for our UK listeners, like training hospitals. It will mean that from really the beginning of people's training, from the second semester of their first year, and for the first 2.5 years, basically after that, students will be embedded in a small consortium, probably 2 or 3 congregations, which we hope will span both Reform and liberal congregations, and be learning from established rabbis how to do things, and really on the ground, hands-on experience. And that will be properly supervised and managed and fed back. And we'll be able to really create a much richer, deeper program, and also where they'll be able to start experimenting with the stuff they're learning in communal life. I like to think that their own course that I teach, and my PhD is in feminist Bible criticism, I teach Megillot at the college, and I like to think that the assessment we do for my course really embodies what I'm talking about. Rather than writing an essay or giving a presentation over my students, I ask them to take some aspect of what we've been studying in class and to go teach it somewhere. And then their assessment is not how well their teaching goes, but what they've learned from that experience of teaching, right? So they have to go do the teaching and come back and give us a presentation on how did they devise that class? What did they learn through doing it? How would they maybe do it differently in the future? What are the resources they used and how did they use them? All that kind of stuff. And that to me really, and in every class I teach, I'm asking them, how are you going to take what you've learned here in this totally theoretical concept? How will it matter when you use these Megillot in your synagogue? What difference will that make? And I think that's the nub of it for me. That is what makes it different than just going off and doing an academic degree. And that's why, in many ways, why what we're doing is so essential, because it is about bringing the text into our everyday lives. That is what the rabbi is. Whatever they are doing, they are bringing the Jewish textual, ritual, liturgical, the historical, all of our tradition into every single thing they do in their lives. And that's why what we do at our institutions is so powerful. I know there were some questions up here specifically for me, and I would just ask that the organizers of the conference please put those people directly in touch with me. I'm happy to answer those questions as best as I can. And I want to say a huge thank you to Nathan for keeping us together and organizing this for us. And a massive thanks to my colleague, Rabbi Dr. Deborah Waxman, for being wonderful and sharing so much. And I look forward to continuing these conversations offline as well.
Yes, and I wanted to thank you all as an alum of the Leo Baeck College. Thank you, Rabbi Dr. Deborah. It's wonderful to have you as my Torah teacher here, also speaking about progressive seminary life here in the UK, which I think is vital, as you say. And Rabbi Dr. Deborah Waxman, it's wonderful to hear about Reconstructing Judaism, which I do always feel, as you said at the beginning, there is some cousinship or sistership between liberal Judaism and this weekend and your work across the pond. And thank you to Nathan, for keeping us all to time and maneuvering us through so that we got to some great different questions and topics. Thank you all.
Shabbat shalom.
Yes, Shabbat shalom.
Be with you. Thank you so much for including me. Thank you, Nathan, for guiding us through.
Thank you both.
Nick Hoffer, who is from BBC Radio. We've encountered each other on 3 counties, but also manage in between to have long chats about our family lives, religious upbringings, living in Hertfordshire, all of those things. So Nick, thank you so much for being with us and really going with the flow and seeing what happens. And as you may have just heard, we've been chatting lots of stuff around Priti Patel and the news. I guess in your office virtual studio, there must have been quite a lot of talk about Priti Patel this week.
Yes, there has been quite a lot of talk about Priti Patel this week. I think there's a lot of talk, full stop, about where we're at. It's such a confusing time in so many ways, and it's actually quite hard to keep track of the agenda. It's quite hard to get a sense of who's who and where's where and what's what, because we're running towards Brexit concurrently with trying to resolve a pandemic, concurrently with government running itself, concurrently with the issues in the Labour Party that I'm sure you will have touched upon. It's quite a tricky time to keep up with politics.
We were saying that it's quite a tricky time to keep up with life and where the cycles are at, and generally, not just politically, but what's politically correct, what's not, how things are changing, how identities are changing.
You see, I've got this slightly naive view that this whole year would have been a chance just to reset everything and head towards some kind of sort of hippie political agenda. And by that I mean not literally hippie, but I think it would have been nice to have a more collaborative year in many ways, because we've been struggling on so many fronts. And this isn't even a political point; it's just an observation as to where we're at. That it almost feels like politics could and should have taken a back seat, and we could have come together in so many ways, but maybe we were already heavily fractured as we'd come out of Brexit and the Brexit negotiations and heading into this year. I think we were already heavily fractured, so maybe that was a futile hope.
And don't you think that it has just continued to be divisive with the pandemic? You have your lockdown skeptics and you have your lockdown fanatics, and it's almost like the Remainers and Leavers all over again. I mean, it's quite depressing.
It is depressing. It's interesting you say that, though, Rebecca, because I don't know anyone who's fanatical about lockdown, and I think that term has been used to counter the lockdown skeptic faction. And do you know what it is? As with all these things, and I'll include Brexit in this as well, fundamentally you've got 20% of the country on one extreme end, you've got 20% of the country on the other extreme end, and probably 60% who's floating right, left or middle of a fairly narrow corridor. So, you look at Brexit, there were plenty of Remainers who were fairly relaxed about Brexit, and you've got plenty of Brexiteers who would have been just as relaxed about remaining. And it feels the same with the pandemic, because fundamentally, most people understand that it's a serious thing and that we have to do something. So we're all mostly sitting in that middle corridor. But what you hear the most of are the lockdown skeptics and those who perhaps do forcibly try to. I'm trying to use a different phrase to lockdown fanatics, but I think most of us actually just sit somewhere in the middle. That we understand that there is a problem and that we do have to do something.
So just so that our people who are listening understand, Nick, Charlie mentioned earlier that you work for the BBC. Without divulging all the secrets of the universe, can you just explain what you're doing there and then how the whole of this world affects you?
Well, what I'm doing at the moment is I'm doing the Sunday Breakfast Show, which is a faith-based show. Formerly, I had 6 shows a week. As happened across local radio, I lost my lunchtime show because the schedules were shrunk across all local radio stations. Initially, as part of the pandemic, to create some resilience, but then it became permanent due to cost cutting. So the pandemic has actually dramatically affected people like myself within the BBC in the same way as it's affected someone working in a bar or someone working in a restaurant on a daily basis. It's meant that most of us are now working from home unless we're broadcast critical, so unless we're physically needed in a studio, and even then some shows are operating from home. So it's been a very, very strange year on any number of levels.
So you said earlier that you don't think there's anybody who's a pandemic fanatic, but in your own environment, do you think the pandemic from a work perspective and your life perspective has had some positives?
It's interesting you say that, because just briefly putting on my Sunday breakfast hat, I've had a number of religious leaders who've used the phrase or variation of "we've had a good COVID." And they always counter it with the caveat: we don't mean the dead pit. We're not talking, because clearly there's a massive human tragedy here.
Yeah.
But when they say they've had a good COVID, looking at the religious organizations, they've had people come back to them. They've found creative ways of connecting with their congregation. They've found ways, if you think of our big, great churches, which can be quite intimidating to walk through the front door of, they found ways of engaging people via Facebook or YouTube or whatever it may be. I know, Charlie, you've done the same at Liberal Judaism. And I think that for many of them, they feel they've had a good COVID because they've been able to re-establish themselves as the heart of the community. So that doesn't necessarily mean in terms of services, but they've driven food banks, or they've driven neighbourly delivery drops. They've been at the heart of a community effort. And speaking as someone who is, as you well know, Charlie, Jewish by roots but atheist by nature, this sits really well with me because it draws on the good parts of religion, the parts of religion that pull us together, without necessarily having to deal with some of the other stuff that I'm, to use the in-word, sceptical about, to say the least.
So I know this isn't quite an interview, Nick, but you say Jewish by roots. Could you want to just, for myself and Rebecca, give us a little bit of an insight on that?
Well, yeah, absolutely foisted upon me by my mother. No, that's not true. So my
mummy issues.
I'm Jewish, and no, not at all. I'm Jewish, and I was brought up in the United Synagogue, and I was probably, relatively speaking, a believer up until I think it was last Tuesday. No, up until half an hour
ago when you got on the podcast with us.
Until I met you all. Yeah, no, I would say probably till my mid-teens, and that was when I started to ask myself some serious questions, and I think that my general mental well-being improved once I didn't feel that my destiny was going to be based on the decision of an elusive, all-powerful being who I didn't know whether it was a he or a she or where they were, and that's where I think it's once I started to critically think about Judaism. But equally, I find it fascinating because, recently I was chatting to the Bishop of Hertford, who is an epidemiologist. I mean, this chap is a very, very clever scientist. And Charlie, you've been to a moderately good university of some repute, and so I find it fascinating equally that people who are really forensic and really intelligent still maintain their faith. So I'm not saying it's just because I started to develop critical thinking that it meant I became an atheist. I know plenty of people who've then, really stress tested their religion in a forensic, almost scientific way, and have come out positively the other side. Jewish roots, I always remember at my grandma's funeral, the rabbi read an article or a blog post I'd written where I was talking about my lack of belief, but also talking about my grandma's Yiddishkeit, and that was the theme of his sermon, because he was saying that what really connected my family was not Judaism but Yiddishkeit, Jewishness, and I think the irrefutable truth, and it was my granddad who always said this, is that no matter what you believe, if one day everything falls apart and they come looking for the Jews again, they'll come looking for me as much as they'll come looking for you, and that's where the roots come into it.
And Leo, you always joke that I start to get rabbinic on these things, but
Good afternoon, everyone. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome to Liberal Judaism's afternoon sessions of Biennial Weekend Breaking Down Walls. I'm Rabbi Leah Jordan. I'm the co-chair of Biennial this year, and I'm very excited. In a moment, we're going to have a session with an organization called Combatants for Peace. Combatants for Peace is an organization. I can read you actually a bit more about it. I've been an admirer of theirs for many years, and I really wanted them to be able to come and speak to us, and I just wanted to read you about them in their own words. Combatants for Peace was founded in 2006. It is a nonprofit volunteer organization for ex-combatant Israelis and Palestinians, men and women, who have laid down their weapons and rejected all means of violence. Combatants for Peace and these people are working together to end the occupation of Palestine, bring just peace to the land, and demonstrate that Israelis and Palestinians can work and live together. So in this session, in our theme of breaking down walls, we'll hear stories from both sides of the separation barrier. And we're speaking specifically to and with Tuli Flint, who is an Israeli speaker coming to us, and Osama Ilawat, a Palestinian speaker. I would imagine the two of them have gone around to many communities in this way as a speaking duo. This is what Combatants for Peace often does, is sends two speakers together to tell their stories. And so we're going to get to hear from both of them and about their particular journeys to Combatants for Peace and to being in this organization, and also hopefully get a chance to, we'll see, to ask them some questions. So please send the questions in whatever chat filter you've got to us, and we will try to resonate with them, put some of them on the screen, and get some response from them too. I think they should be on in a moment here.
I'm here.
Hi.
Osama was here for a minute and he'll come back in a minute, I think.
Great. Well, it's lovely to have you, Tuli. Thank you. Where are you streaming in from?
I'm streaming in from Ramat Gan, which is like a suburb of Tel Aviv.
Welcome.
And Osama is streaming in from Jericho. You know, it's Ramadan time and Corona time, and during both these events, one is a happy one and the other one is less happy one. We're not allowed, whenever we meet in Palestine, we're actually breaking the law. We're actually trespassing for each other, and but we still meet. Today we chose to broadcast from both sides. I'll just check with Osama. I'll call him.
Thanks so much. This is a good example of how international this weekend is, that we're getting people in from Israel, Palestine, like Tuli and Osama, from two different places, as he's describing, Ramat Gan and Jericho.
Osama is coming over. I think that what I'll do, I'll send him the stream link. Copy. Send the link. Okay, I've just sent him the link, so we'll enter in a minute.
Great. Yeah, so Tuli, is there anything you want to tell us before, as we're waiting for Osama?
I think what I'll do, I'll start with my own personal story of how did I get, and Osama will chip in. As you said before, we are quite used to meeting people from various places in the world through Zoom, this platform that I'm not familiar with. And what we really love to do is to come in person, because basically when we come in person, it's a different experience. But as you said, my name is Tuli Flint. I'm a bit preoccupied with Osama now, waiting for him to get the link. I hope that he gets it. And
yes,
we have Osama.
Hi, Osama. Oh,
we don't have
lost
Osama.
him.
Okay, I'll send the mobile number. I was asked by the tech team to send his mobile number, so we'll do that. And you know, it's an experience. We experience the problems that we meet trying to meet each other.
Yeah.
Because basically, to say the least, the government doesn't like us.
Yes.
To meet whenever and wherever, just like in the, a few weeks ago, we had the joint memorial service, and the government has tried to stop it.
Yeah, do you want to say a little bit about that as Osama comes on, the Yom HaZikaron, the Israeli Day of Remembrance? People might not know this here. I'm sure they.
So I'm not sure how.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Hi, Osama. We hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Okay. Anyway, Yom HaZikaron, the Memorial Day for Israelis, is like a major event in Israel. It's a day just before Independence Day, or Nakba Day, as Palestinians would call it. And what we do is, for the last 17 years, the movement has established a unique event, which is called the Joint Memorial Day, where we come together, both Palestinians and Israelis, to commemorate both lives and both sufferings. And it started up with 70 people in a very small private hall in Tel Aviv. And 3 years ago, actually just before the Corona, 2019, we had 10,000 people in the major park in Tel Aviv, Ayarkon Park, coming over, and more than 50,000 people streaming online. Corona has made us change the things, and what we had for the last 2 years is 50,000 people streaming online. 250,000 watches or views, meaning like we have 400,000 people watching online a joint Memorial Day done together with the Bereaved Family Circle, which is another binational movement, and we take much pride in this. In this event. So basically, we work for that event throughout the year. And as much as people come over, we have extremists from the right-wing side trying to stop this and trying to make sure that we don't do it. We won't have it. The years before, we had the Minister of Defense. It was Lieberman, and before him, other ministers of defense trying to prevent Palestinians from coming over to commemorate, and the Supreme Court have ruled out the decision whenever.
Yeah.
And this time, the havoc that we created was that we went to a commercial company, asking them to advertise and promote the ceremony. They agreed, and then they disagreed because they were afraid that they would suffer from commercial problems and from economical problems afterwards. So we went to the Supreme Court and we won again. So but by this way, there's a problem in Israel where the Supreme Court is regarded by extreme rightists as having somewhat of what they call revolution or judicial revolution, trying to make sure that the right-wing government is not doing anything against the law. And again, we found ourselves in the middle of that dispute. But it was a wonderful event, and actually we have a coming event on the 15th, May 15th, with the International Nakba Day, and we're going to have a Nakba Day event. It's very unique because we think that it's important to acknowledge the Nakba. We have to talk about the Nakba in order to find a way to. I don't know about. I don't know. Let me choose the word, to reconcile. If we want to have a reconciliation process, if we want to have a connection between Israeli Palestinians, Palestinian Palestinians, and Jewish Israelis, we need to talk about all the suffering both nations have caused to each other. And actually, this is the main core of our movement. We work together throughout the year, and we work together towards equality, human rights.
You said something weird.
And to try. Usama, we hear you. And when we lost him. I think that's the internet in the problem in Jericho.
Yeah.
Maybe I hope we'll be able to show something. But anyway, this is what we do throughout the year. Throughout the year, we escort shepherds in order to prevent settlers from hurting them. They are very violent in the northern parts of the Jordan Valley. We re-establish schools that were demolished by the military regime. We make connections, and what we try to make sure is that the movement is not. I have nothing against dialogue movements, but we do more than dialogue. We work together. And the movement is really a binational movement. Everything that we have in the Israeli side, we have on the Palestinian side. I'm the head of the movement, the head of the ground activities of the movement, the head coordinator of the movement, and I have a counterpart, Jamil Kassas. Unfortunately, he doesn't speak English, so we chose Osama to come. Osama is the head of the educational programs that we have in Palestine, both Palestine and Israel, and Osama is working with Kochav, which is an Israeli. And we are not all men, or find the definition for agenda, because Kochav, the educational head of the Israeli side, is a woman. We are inviting everyone in. We're inviting everyone in. We have LGBTQ members, and everyone is invited, because when we support human rights, equality, and self-determination, you invite everyone.
Yeah.
But the movement was established by combatants from both sides, by people who have taken active part in the violent struggle.
Yes. Thank you so much, Tuli. There's so much that I want to actually ask about what you just said about Yom HaZikaron and Nakba Day and the 15th May, this event that's coming up, and a bit more about the logistics of Combatants for Peace. I think our tech team is saying it might be possible to get Osama in here if you put him on a speakerphone near your mic. I don't know if that is possible.
I'll do that, of course. I'll call him. I'll just call him.
Thank you very much.
Osama speaks perfect Hebrew and perfect English. I speak English and Hebrew, Spanish, and lousy Arabic. Osama,
quite a lot of...
בוא נשים אותך על ספיקר. תקשיב, בוא נשים אותך על ספיקר. אבל אני שלחתי לך אבל אחי. תקשיב, בוא נשים אותך. אז בוא נשים אותך על ספיקר ואתה תוכל לדבר כאן דרך המיקרופון שלי. בוא ננסה. סיפור אישי רגיל. בוא ננסה לשים אותך על מיקרופון כי חבל. הם מנסים, כן. בוא נשים רגע. בוא נשים את זה רגע. בסדר, אפשר?
Yeah, Tuli, can you put that phone on speaker and he can speak to us that way?
Osama, אתה יכול לדבר רגע?
כן, אני מדבר, אתם שומעים?
Hi Osama, we can hear you.
I was speaking before, now I can't speak. I was talking, I don't know what's wrong. It's here, it's there. I used to hear you, and then suddenly everything stopped and I couldn't hear you anymore.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, thank you for trying through these problems.
This program is not supported in West Bank. This is part of the democracy here, that West Bank has special internet with a lot of filters.
Yes, I've experienced that myself. Yeah.
So Osama, what I suggest is that you start, because I explained a bit about the movement and a bit about the Memorial Day. And if you can tell your personal story, and as long as we have connection, we'll be able to get questions and answers and to hear your side, because it's more important. I don't want to be the Israeli who talks about the Palestinians. It's the most imperialistic thing that I can do.
I understand you, brother, but I don't know if people can really hear me.
Can you hear Osama?
Here, let's see if Andy or John in the tech team could tell us if Tuli puts his speaker more up against your mic. I don't know where your mic is. Maybe that would help. Try again, Osama.
I will try again. I can't hear anyone.
Yeah. So yes, Osama.
Try again.
שומעים אותך מעולה.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Tuli. Thank you, everybody. Sorry for the technical problems. I don't know what's strong here. So I think, as I said before, there is some websites and some internet stuff are forbidden in West Bank because you are not allowed to follow the technology like the rest of the world, and this is part of the democracy of the state around us. So my name is Osama Aliwat. I live in Jericho now. I'm originally from Jerusalem. I was born there. At the age of 10, I moved out. So my family were moved out from Jerusalem because of many laws that if any Palestinian left Jerusalem borders and lived outside Jerusalem borders, the municipality, I mean, Israel could cancel his residency, which is not citizenship. And this is for the Arabs only. So my father was moved to work outside Jerusalem for a long time, and then he rented a house in Jericho, and that's how he lost his right to live in Jerusalem, even though his family are living there. I moved to Jericho with no knowledge about the conflict more than my grandmother's stories about the Zionists and when they kicked her out of her village with her family, and the fight was there and stuff like this. And that's all. At the age of 14, when I was in Jericho, I used to see soldiers everywhere during the first Intifada, soldiers everywhere coming to our school, entering to our school, attacking our teachers, shooting tear gas at our school sometimes if anyone reserved from the students. And, you know, I used to run back away home with a lot of fears from these people, which I call them, according to my culture, the Jews. Not the Israeli army, and not the IDF, and not the IOF, but the Jews. Unfortunately, that's the word I used to use, and most of my people use it, and I refuse to use it anymore because I don't think the Israeli army is representing Judaism, but it needs a lot of knowledge to know this. And I did this myself, and I'm trying to educate people about it. So when I was 14, the army entered to my house and they beat my father in front of my eyes because they wanted him to go and clean and sweep the streets after the demonstrations at 3 a.m. And they took him out, and when my father came back, I find out that he was beaten by the soldiers, and I decided to take a step to make revenge. And I think my first step was non-violence without knowing anything about non-violence. So I started to write graffiti on the walls like I used to see against Israel. And then I started to hang the Palestinian flags around during the night against my parents' orders, because if my father or my mother knew that I'm doing these things, they will not be happy with me. So I used to sneak out after midnight and do these things and come back home until I was arrested one time, and I stayed in jail for 9 months as administrative prisoner. Administrative prisoner means that Israel, this is a British law, actually. Thanks for the British people. In many ways, that's a British law. The British people used to use against Jews and Arabs when they were here, that they can't keep anyone in jail without going to court or without going to trial for up to 3 years. And Israel is using this. You know, they don't find anything really, any guilt to put you in jail. They keep you as administrative prisoner, and there are something like 300 administrative prisoners right now in the Israeli jail.
One of them is a member of the Palestinian parliament. Is a woman member of Palestinian parliament. She just re-entered jail.
There is a lot. There is Hussam Khadri, is a member of the Palestinian parliament. There is Khalida Jarrar, Khalida Jarrar, she is one of the, even the head of the Palestinian parliament was administrative prisoner in jail for a while. So that's it. And I spent there 9 years where I learned, to be honest, in jail, supposed to be a place where you learn something better, or you change your mind, or they try to change your mind. But I learned everything bad about Jews by the acts of the soldiers and by the education I get in jail by the prisoners who are there. I went out with more anger, and I wanted to take revenge, and I started to think about violence resistance, throwing stones at the army and stuff like this. And I was arrested again in 1994, where 1994, where we, sorry, I have people, and so that's all stuff. So 1994, where I joined the Palestinian, I was released by Oslo Agreement, and I joined the Palestinian police, and I was a Palestinian until 1997, where one of my friends gets killed by the Israeli army, according to them by mistake, and I was really mad. He was one of my best friends, and I get mad at the PA and the Israelis, and I wanted to resist again. 2002 Intifada started. I joined the resistance for a while, and then in 2007 I stopped because of the orders of the PA that we're gonna stop resisting only peacefully or in a non-violent way. So in 2010 I met Israelis for the first time in my life as people who really care about my rights and they see me as a human being, exist in this life, and I have rights, and I was surprised, to be honest. How come Jewish people think that I'm a human being and I have rights? They are the only chosen, they are the only owners, they are the only power, they are the only victim, they are. But I find out that also I'm playing the same game too. I am the only chosen, I am the only owner of the land, I don't have power, but I am patient, and I will resist until I get my land back. So I said, why we are fighting this way? Why we both think that we are better than each other? How come if we start thinking that we are good when we are together, we can be much better when we are together? And at the same time, we need to resist this system, because this system is not right for Israeli and Palestinian, and even it's not right for Judaism. Israel is resisting Judaism, and they are doing unmoral things to the Palestinians, even though that's the biggest crime in the world. I know they are traumatized, but they are doing something similar. Let's not compare, because this is a big problem. So let's not compare, but they are doing, and from there I started to open a little bit, step by step, my mind, and accept the Israeli narrative, and accept their story, and resist with them against the occupation. I started to know them, I started to learn their language, and I started to understand things more. I zoomed out of the normal, typical, real conflict, and I started to see people as friends, and everyone, we agree or we don't agree, we have to talk. From there, I started my process in discovering the other people, fears and life. I went to Auschwitz for first flight in my life. I never flew anywhere because, I'm living without country, without rights until now, I think. So my first flight was to Auschwitz to understand other people's narrative and other people's stories, because I think we will never, ever end this conflict as long as we still keep playing this game. We are fighting over who's more victim than the other, the Israelis or the Palestinians. So I decided to get rid of the victimhood and start to take responsibilities and to make change on the ground with my Israeli friends and partners, because this land cannot be shared, divided. It should be shared, sorry. We can't divide it, we should share it. And we are living here, living the same air, breathing the same air, the same water, sharing the same land, the same water, and we're still not connected because of the rules of the government. So I started to believe in the power of the people and not the people in the power, and I took steps to make change. And first of all, I succeeded to change myself, because without changing myself, I won't be able to change anyone. And from there, we started this I joined Combatants for Peace, where I met my amazing, wonderful freedom fighters, friends like Tuli and the rest of the people in our organization. And we are a big family now. We don't see the difference between this and that. The situation is different, the rights are different, but we are brothers and sisters. And for me, this is a factory. To meet people where they are and not where you want them to be is a big success I have done to myself. And peace is part of my life, daily life, not only between Israelis and Palestinians. It became part of my life with animals, with the water, with the environment, with everything, with my body and myself. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Osama, I'll stay online because there are questions, but thank you. It's always touching and moving to hear you, because I'll tell a bit about my story. My personal story is interweaved into Osama's in many ways. I'm 53, we are married, we have 2 daughters, one is 19, working with the Bedouin community in the Negev, in the down south, and the other is 24, a student. And I was born when Israel was 1967, the Naksa, as Palestinians would call it, the beginning of the second occupation, because we know that, we're talking about 1948 refugees and 1967 refugees, and the Nakba started in 1948. And I was born in Jerusalem, and then my family left to a suburb of Tel Aviv, the city of Holon. And when I was 14, I chose to go down south to a boarding school in the Negev, an ecological boarding school, and my family chose to establish a settlement in the West Bank. My mother still lives there. We have many arguments, although she did donate money. I'm not sure that you know it, Osama. She did donate money for the joint memorial service. She donated around 1,000 shekels for the joint memorial service, living in the settlement in the middle of Palestine. So, the situation is more complicated than and she met Osama when we screened the film Disturbing the Peace, and Osama and myself were the speakers, and she met Osama there. Anyway, my family established a settlement, and I was in the boarding school, and then there was the first Lebanon war, and as a young Israeli, I was waiting to go to the army. I was really anxious, and waiting anxiously to go there. I went to a field school in the gap year. I've worked in the field school in Palestine, not calling it Palestine at the time, but Judea and Samaria, or the occupied territories, or seeing it as my land. And it got me to know people from all over. And then I joined the Israeli army. I went to an infantry brigade, the Golani Brigade, where I was a medic up in Lebanon. Served as a medic, and then went to officers' school, got my platoon, and then as a group commander, 117 people, soldiers, and I left the army in 1992. When Osama was talking about the time when he was a child and soldiers entered his home, taking his father to clean the walls, I remind you of the time that the word Palestine was banned in Israel. The Palestinian flag was banned in Israel. 1987, the first Intifada, December 1987, broke when I was a platoon commander. And I have to say that from a personal point of view, we were insulted that the Palestinians are uprising, because we were sure that we are running an enlightened occupation. How come they are not thankful for us? Because we're bringing walls and water systems and roads and things. I was very blind to the suffering of Palestinians, although I was in connection with Palestinians before that. And during the first Intifada, I was in the Gaza Strip and then in Palestine. And it was a time where we had no non-lethal weapons, so we were very violent. This was the time that Prime Minister Rabin has ordered people to break legs and arms of people who throw stones, and there were people that did it. I'm happy to say I didn't. And the Intifada and the uprising was part of the reason that I left the army in 1992. And then as an Israeli officer, army officer, there comes like a parallel route of life, where on the one hand you have a civilian life. I went to the university, we got married, I studied psychology and then social work, clinical social work. I specialized in trauma, post-trauma, treating post-trauma. I'm now writing, actually you're interfering, my writing an article for my PhD, the spiritual component of recovering from post-trauma. And I interviewed both Palestinians and Israelis that have gone through post-trauma PTSD and have recovered via spirituality, religion, or not. But on the parallel route, I was still in the army, the reserve duty. I did more than 100 days a year, acquiring more and more ranks. I became a battalion commander in the reserve duty, and I took part in actually every combat Israeli had, like the Second Lebanon War, all the operations in Palestine, like Protective Edge, and the last one in Gaza. 2012, I left my combating position and I became the mental health officer for a division. I thought it was an easier job, but then came the last Gaza war. I hope it would be the last Gaza war, 2014. I entered Gaza and there I watched the suffering of both Palestinians and Israelis from trauma. I came out of this war with 3 resolutions. The first one is to never again wear uniforms in the occupied territories or wherever. And I informed, and I'm a refusnik now. I'm considered a refusnik by the army and by the government. The second was to treat my own PTSD, because as my young daughter, then 12 years old, Abigail, said, is father going to stay that way? And when I asked her, how am I like, I understood that I'm suffering from PTSD, and I went to my therapist and told him, I'm an expert in PTSD, I'll tell you what to do and you'll treat me. And it worked. And the third one was to look for a movement that would change things around. And Combatants for Peace was the great movement to harness the energy of combating, of fighting, of being a combatant, but now for peace and not for others. So when Osama is talking about someone taking his father out to erase the word Palestine from the wall, it was me, it was my soldiers taking his father out. When I took children from Palestinian children to take out Palestinian flags, and it was considered a crime, it was me. And also in 2007, when Osama, during the winter of 2007 in the snow, was stuck in the snow and had to meet with Israelis and to learn that Israelis are there, there are Israelis that support his cause. I was stuck in the same snow, not far away from him in Bethlehem, after a bomb exploded on my soldiers, and luckily for us, we were far away from the bomb because of the snow. So we are interweaved. The fate of both nations is so interconnected, interweaved. So we fail to understand why not all people join binational movements like the Bereaved Family Circle, Combatants for Peace, Standing Together in Israel, or other movements. And as I said before, we run one movement with 2 heads. It's difficult from time to time, but this is the way we think we should do things. And we do activities on the ground. We make sure to be activists, not we think that dialogue is not enough. We want more than dialogue, and we work for the end of occupation and the end of non-equality in this region. And administrative arrests are only one of them. And Leah, Rabbi
Yes.
Leah, you're invited to ask us questions, and I will think someone will hear us.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much. I just have to say something, that it's written here, the host may add you to the podcast at any time. Be ready. So the problem is
with you guys.
The host is not adding me.
So tech guys, can you add Usama to the show?
Yeah, it'd be great if we could have him.
Yeah. But anyway, let's go on.
Yes, we'll go on. Hopefully, Andy says you're still not connected. Do you have the right link, Osama? I'm just checking.
I've sent him the right link.
Yeah. Okay.
I can see you. I'm Tuli. Yes, I can see you guys.
You can see us, but the audio is not working.
Only the host here. What's written here? Only the host can see you. No problem.
Gotcha. So you can see us. You can see us, but we can't see you. It's some progress.
It's definitely a symbolic thing here.
Yeah.
And we do know that the regime is following us. The regime is just like in China, in other places, is stopping Palestinians from using some of the apps that we Israelis can use. We do know that because whenever we have an activity, and we were asked what are the activities. So we escort shepherds, we rebuild houses that were demolished, we meet and we replant olive trees that were uprooted by settlers. We go to the court in order to stop, like for example, there's this crime of having a university in Ariel that is not accepting the Palestinians from outside the fence, and that university wanted to have volunteers to give credits for students in illegal settlements around the Palestine, and we stopped by going. So we join in. We have communities that already know us, and we work together, and we make it a point to work together according to international law and to Palestinians' law, and we follow the steps. Whatever I would do in Israel would be in coordination with Jamil Kassas in Dahesh in order to not do anything that is against Palestinians' interests. And whatever he will do, he'll ask again he'll ask me, and I'll ask the movement. We run a very liberal, without hierarchy organization, which is an organization with a movement, or a movement that has an organization.
Thank you. There's a ton of questions coming in, and I've written some of them down, and you've spoken to some of them, both of you. One was about, what are the nature of your direct actions, and how do you, what are your aims, and how do you achieve them? And maybe you could speak a bit more to that, both of you. That's one question. And the other is, you mentioned that the Israeli government obstructs your work, and you mentioned about the apps and particular things. Is there other things? Yeah, if you want to say this I don't know, I think you can hear me, Osama, both these questions. Yeah.
Osama, I spoke a lot. Can you speak about, the question is how do we do things, and how are we regarded on the Palestinian side? Osama, my friend? Osama? Oh, we lost Osama. Osama? We lost Osama, maybe he'll come.
Hello?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, you don't close to me. I'm trying to connect to the normal thing. No problem.
Anyway. So
okay.
Do you want to?
The question was, how are we regarded on the Palestinian side, and what do we do as activities on the ground to achieve our goals?
Yeah, actually, our main goal in all our activities, we have two main goals in my mind. The first goal, which is the most important thing, is to bring people.
I think we've lost full tech connection with Tuli as well. Am I right? I hope we'll get them back. And I have been fascinated by what both Osama and Tuli have been saying, and I know that you have been too. So I do think we'll get them back.
How much
I'm here.
Judaism is something? What?
I'm here. Can you repeat? Can you repeat the questions?
Yes.
Can you repeat, Osama? Just repeat the last three sentences. Osama was saying that I think that there was a problem in my internet. Osama was saying that we bring people together in order to change their minds, to see that there is a partner in the other sides, both sides. And Osama, go on.
I said exactly the first thing we are doing is to bring people to get to know each other. Because as long as we are separated, two people living in two different areas, two different narratives, two different tribes, we will never reach this peace that we are looking for. So first thing is to bring people together, because Israel, as I said, Israel succeeded, and the army, they are doing their best to show Palestinians how much strong they are, how much powerful they are, how much racist they are, but they never tried to show us how much there is a humanity and mercy in this religion. And there's people on the other side who are not really interested in this thing, and they don't agree with the government act. So that's what we are doing, and to show Israelis at the same time that we are not all carrying knives and wanted to kill Israelis around. We are normal human beings. We want to live a normal life, and as long as it's possible, we're going to live it. If it's not possible, we don't mind to resist against the Prophet of Islam if he has done this to us. The second thing is to try to change the situation on the ground. Israel is not following any international law, any international rules. They destroy houses every day in Jordan Valley, South Hebron Hills, East Jerusalem, everywhere, not because the owners are terrorists, because it's area under Israeli control, and Israel are doing their best to keep as much land with less Palestinians. So they destroy their homes, their tents, they don't give them water, they don't give electricity. None of the Bedouin communities have access to anything. You know, even schools, their kids, they are living in 50 degrees and they are, always destroying for them. Many people will say also they destroy for the Israelis, and that's not right. In Jordan Valley, which is third of West Bank, we have here more than 70 outposts. But when I'm talking about outposts, I'm talking about illegal settlement according to the Israeli law, not to the international law, only like all the settlements. It's illegal according to the Israeli law, and they have water, and they have electricity, and the army is guarding them, and the government are supporting them, and the Zionists all around the world are sending them money, while we don't have money to do a service, a memorial service, and people attack us.
You should know that the settlement of, for example, Verd Yericho or the farm Omer farm have an average of 400 liters of water for each person, where in Jericho, in a month from now, people would have like 14 liters per day, and it's the same springs. These are the same springs, just like Israel is harvesting the limestone from Palestine. Israel is actually not following any international law about occupied territories. So that's one thing. Another thing,
the vaccine.
Yeah, another thing is, for example, the vaccine. If we are responsible for the Palestinian community, you know that in Israel, more than 5 million people have already gotten the second vaccine by Pfizer. In Palestine, we already, I'm saying we, but this is my government, the Israeli government had given vaccine only to 70,000 Palestinians, and the ones that are allowed to enter Israel, and it's not all of them that are allowed. And whenever people are saying that if we let Palestinians in, there will be terror attacks, you need to remember that every day Palestinians are entering Israel, although the separation war. So
I'm sorry, this is not my big problem.
Yeah.
First, yes, you're right. We are under their control. Now Israel is deciding not to do the Palestinian election.
Yeah.
And they are threatening the Palestinian Authority. If you have done election, we will stop the money.
Yeah.
So Israel is controlling also the Palestinian Authority and our elections. This is not the big thing.
Yeah.
The big thing is Israel is start to export this medicine to the whole world, to South America and to Indonesia and to some places. And one of my friends, he's a doctor in Israel, he said, we are throwing the vaccine in garbage. when it's expired or we open it and we don't have enough people come to get the vaccine, we are throwing it in garbage and not giving it to the Palestinians.
Yes. So in a way, what we fight for is for, firstly, we should see, just like I was under the propaganda of the Israeli educational system, seeing Palestinians as only the enemy, or, I have to say, I'm sorry, Osama, this, if I read my teenage books in Hebrew, we always like blame the others. We blame the Palestinians that in the educational system, they have propaganda against Israelis and Judaism. In my books, as an Israeli teenager, I used to have propaganda against the stupid Arabs that are afraid of everything, that all want to kill us. And I wasn't a right wing in a right wing family. Or it was in my library.
Thank you both so much. I wanted to ask two more questions. We might even have time for more that are coming from the community. And also one is that one that I share. So Caroline Salinger asked, what can liberal Judaism as an organization do to support your amazing work? What we can individuals do and as members? And that was my question as well, as what would be your message? This is a conference of mostly liberal Jews, though also some who are adjacent to the liberal Judaism community or interested. What would be your message to us here in Britain today about all this? I think some of it is very clear, and I just want to hear more from both of you. And the other question is, you're speaking to a British audience specifically. Britain got a bit of a look in there with a British imperialist law that Osama mentioned. Yeah. Is there anything that you want to tell us as a British Jewish audience specifically about?
I would say, let me first answer, and then I'll give you if you want to answer.
I can't hear the question.
Okay. The question was, what can the liberal Judaism in Britain do in order to help our cause? And the other question was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rabbi, in order to help us, in order to help the cause of and also, is there a unique perspective for British audience about a unique take on for British audience? Am I right?
Yes, to Israel-Palestine and the history.
So in a way, one thing that we should, first of all, I want to thank you, because for us, we feel isolated. We feel isolated. We feel that basically we are isolated and cut off any resource from the government or from others, and the government is giving resources to the illegal settlements and to the right-wing movements and to settlements or wherever. And we feel that liberalism in Israel now is under an attack. The range or the democracy is shredding. The shredding range or the shredding freedom of democracy is something that the world should know about. And, talking to you is very important, and we would love you to spread the message. Enter the CFP site, invite us for more lectures. We have a British chapter. We're building a British chapter of CFP, and we have members there that, in the UK that can help you get information, stop erasing Palestinians from the maps. The other thing is, one of the great things that came as a miracle for Jewish people, but was a disaster for Palestinians, was the Balfour Declaration. And whenever, in Israel, it's celebrated every year. And, when there was 100 years for the Balfour Declaration in 2017, we issued a petition to the great-grandson of the Lord Balfour, asking Her Majesty the Queen to just correct the declaration. We don't want her to erase it. We want her to correct it, acknowledging the fact that there are Palestinians and they should get the right. Just like there's a national home for Judaism, there should be a home for Palestinians. And we are not aiming towards a solution now. We don't know if it's going to be one state, no state, free states, cantons. We don't know. We just know that grassroots operations like us, we believe in the connection of people, and we would love for audience outside support petitions. Go to the go to the Hague International Court and talk about the fact that 300 people are under administration arrest, prison, are spending time in prison. My friend Osama spent time without judgment, without court. He spent half a year there, was thrown out of prison, had to find his way back to Jericho, and we are still doing it. While we're talking, houses are being demolished, people are being arrested, communities are being demolished, and it's like we are shocked by that. This is not Judaism. This is not Judaism in not any way. It's not religion in any way. It's not Islam either. It's not Judaism. It's not Islam. The monotheistic religions, coming from my PhD, I can say, are not supportive of ignoring other people's right. Are not supportive. And Osama, if you want to add on to whatever I said.
Thank you. If I understand the question, that's how you want people to stand for us.
Can you hear?
First of all, truly, the last sentence you said, I don't agree with you. Because unfortunately, according to my big dive in this life, I think religions are the problem. Judaism and Islam and Christianity are our problems, and that's why we are having wars and fighting since ever. I know there is a lot of mercy in religions, but we are taking the bad part and we are using it against each other. The Ottomans were racist to everyone. When religion controls country, it's racism. It will never be equality and justice there. What I want the whole world and the British people and the Jews and the Muslims and the Christians all around the world to stand for humanity. Forget I am Muslim, I am Arab, or what who. Stand for humanity. If you see that Israel is attacking my rights as a human being, it's your duty, it's your issue to come and stop it. And if you don't see this, you are welcome to come and see things on the ground. Don't keep listening to the media over here and there and believe this land is mine, God gave it to me and only me. That's our problem, all of us. You can support us by standing for everyone to have his own right as a human being for democracy and justice. And I would love if you try to make more talks like this and bring more people to hear from us, to hear that there is another way and there is another voice. And we are not trying. We succeeded to live as brothers and sisters. Tuli sleeps in my house without his weapon. I sleep in his house without any fears. That's how we want to live. It's possible. We can do it. And I'm offering you tours in the occupied territories whenever you want for your communities, not against anyone, just to come and to see the facts on the ground. And please, you can also join us in our activities, picking olives, building tents, opening the street, demonstrating against this or that, against the injustice in this area. And you can also open your checks and write a check for us and support us, because we also need money to move and to bring people and to rebuild. It doesn't come from the rain, it comes from donors and people. So the way you can support us, please do your best. We need you. We can't make change alone. You are our partners. If you agree or not, you are responsible. If you agree or not, be with us. We are inviting you. Our hands and our hearts are open for you. Thank you.
I would like to say that the religions are a problem now, and they should be a solution. We are leading, with our Rabbis for Human Rights, and we were leading shared prayers to protest against the investigation of a spring outside a Palestinian village. When we should regard religions as a solution and not as a problem. We should find a way to see that, and extremists from both religions should be banned. I support what Osama is saying. Giving money is one thing, but also changing hearts and saying to all your British friends, Jews, non-Jews, observant or not observant, from all religions and denominations, just know that there are partners from both sides in Palestinians. And you should know that the Israeli government is lying to you guys. Bibi Netanyahu and others are saying we are not building in the settlements. We can send you the pictures of new buildings that are being built right now on confiscated Palestinian land all over the place, trying to make sure that Palestinians, all Palestinians, the government, the Kohelet Forum from the rabbis, from the settlements, are out front saying that they are trying to put all Palestinians in Area A, which is only 20% of the Palestinian land. They're trying to uproot Palestinians from Area C, which is 60% of the Palestinian land, and they're trying to create another jail. We already have the largest jail in the world in the Gaza Strip, and we'll have to free them also. You know, we talk about Palestine, but in the Gaza Strip, the things are horrible all the time, and Corona is running over, and people cannot go from Gaza, and we are involved in the Gaza Strip also, as much as we can. And Israel is trying to create another jail in Palestine. Remember, half the country voted for left wing. So basically, there is a partner in the Israeli side. There is a partner in the Palestinian side. We should all know that. And, whatever we can do in order to change the minds of governments and others. And I think that, your government, the British government, and the American government, the Italian government, the European governments are playing a major role here. Because, for example, when they tried to demolish the Khan el-Ahmar school for Bedouin community, they would have gone along with that. Although we were there in front of the bulldozers, if you go to our site, you'll see that. But we could not stop them until Angela Merkel and the Italian said, this is a crime of war. And you're committing a crime of war. And Israel, my country, is committing war crimes on a daily basis. So I understand that we have to wrap up, but we love to have the if you can distribute this recording all over. I'll send you the links for the British chapter, and make sure, or you can join the American friends or the European friends or the German friends until we have the British friends for Combatants for Peace. And, contact Lord Balfour and ask him to change the declaration. That would be something interesting to do.
Tuli and Osama, I wish Osama could hear me, so I guess you'll have to tell this to Osama after Tuli. But I just wanted to thank you both so much. As I said, I'm a real admire and inspired by Combatants for Peace, and I really do think you are doing holy work. And whether it's holy work that comes from a place of religious tradition, or if it's something that is saying the parts of religious tradition are being misused, I feel both of that. As a rabbi, I do feel that there is a misuse of Torah and of Judaism in Israel-Palestine around exactly in the way that you two described. And I wanted to wish you a lot of strength, and that there are people with you and behind you in this, and that it is holy work. And thank you for coming and being vulnerable.
And Ramadan Kareem.
Yes, and that's what I was going to say at the end, exactly. And I was going to say Shabbat Shalom and Ramadan Kareem, Osama.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you so much for coming.
Last sentence. I don't want people to think that we are against Israel or against Judaism. I don't want to live in a place where Jews are not my neighbors. I want to live in a place where Jews have a homeland and they are saved from anything in the future. But at the same time, I want to live same and equal like them. So don't misunderstand our message. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As always. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Tuli. Thank you, Osama. Yes, thank you for both coming. Thank you both so much. And good luck with everything. Shabbat Shalom, Ramadan Kareem. Bye, both. Hello all. Welcome to Biennial. If you're just tuning in, we're about to welcome our two next speakers, Becca Fetterman and Jess Mindell, for a session I'm very excited about because I used to work with Becca for quite a long time. And then Jess, I knew you, I think, as a chaplainee and as you were, I don't want to say little, but you were 16 or something back when I first met you. And now you're both, you know, at the heart, as Becca was then, and Jess, you were coming up in the movement now at the heart of liberal Jewish youth, and are going to really talk to us for the next while about how, and I've seen this myself, how LJY, through the two of you and the rest of the leadership, really leads on this question of biennial, of breaking down walls and of inclusion. As someone who was on the summer camps that you all have run for a number of years, I can just say, like, it really took my breath away the way that LJY was asking these questions about inclusion much ahead, I think, of LJ as a movement. And I think that's to your credit, and we want to learn from you. So over to you both.
Thank you so much, Leah. It's so great to be here. Thank you for having us at Biennial. My name is Jess Mindell. My pronouns are she, her, and I am one of the current LJY Netzer movement workers. And today I am joined by...
I'm Becca Fetterman. I'm the Director of Youth at Liberal Judaism, and my pronouns are also she, her.
Great. So just a rough overview of how this panel sort of conversation between myself and Becca is going to work. So we're going to both start off with a bit of an introduction about ourselves, our experiences within LJY, more for me internally as someone growing up in LJY, and more externally for Becca as someone who has been part of the team in charge with LJY. And then we're going to talk a bit about how we tackle inclusion on LJY and how that looks within our framework. So like I said, my name is Jess. I started in LJY Netzer when I was 16 and I joined Israel Tour. And I then, after going on Israel Tour, I basically became as involved in LJY Netzer as I possibly could. What that meant for me was that I then became a leader through the Hadraha course, and I led on spring camps and summer camps, our Machane Aviv and Machane Kadima. And then when I was 18, I did Shnat Netzer, which is the wonderful gap year program run by Netzer Olami, learning about ideology, furthering my liberal Jewish connection, and finding a real world connection to Israel. And then coming back from there, I then led Israel Tour 2 summers ago. So unfortunately, the last Israel Tour that LJY led because of the pandemic. And then last summer, I became a movement worker. And what that effectively means is that I with Becca and my fellow movement worker Josh Powell, we oversee everything that runs and happens within our youth movement, LJY Netzer. So that's organising our camps, talking about LJY on panels like this, funding bids, all that sort of organisational thing. And so growing up as a liberal Jewish woman, I never found that my identity to be Jewish and queer, they were never something that had to be mutually exclusive. I'm very, very lucky and privileged to have grown up in liberal Judaism and experienced firsthand that my queer identity was never seen as something negative or not compatible with Judaism. And that was only ever furthered by LJY. I was always so taken aback when I was 16 and I first joined. I was sort of not quite there yet with my queer identity, and being in a space that so welcomed people's like people displaying their identities and being proud of their identities really helped me to find my true self. And so I will only ever think positively and be so thankful to LJY for having given me that chance to really sort of enlighten myself. And so that's sort of a bit about me as someone who grew up through LJY in really like the most formative years of I think, my life. And so, Becca, would you like to talk to us about your experiences with LJY and being the director of youth?
Sure. So I grew up in a different youth movement, one very close to LJY, and I mean, obviously, I am quite a bit older. When I was growing up, we were very left wing. We were very right on. We challenged anything we didn't think was okay, and I left the youth movement world and joined the adult world and thought that I was still that person, and all my friends were still those people, and we were still, you know, current and on the pulse. And then I started this job, and I realized how outdated my beliefs were. Not my beliefs, but my current take on the world and my peers. And I was completely challenged by LJY Netzer, and in a really positive way. And I realized, you know, that there's a lot of your education, social education, kind of stops when you become an adult, or slows down. And I was constantly being challenged by the LJY Netzer and Mudrahim, Ott, and the movement workers, and I, in such a positive way, and I now challenge all my peers, and it's been completely enlightening, and it has been fabulous.
So you mentioned there that you found yourself being challenged a lot by the LJY Mudrahimot. For those who don't know, Mudrahimot is the term that we use for our leaders. And you said you found yourself being challenged. Were there any particular challenges that you first experienced? Maybe a challenge that you, like you said, you didn't realize that was necessarily an issue because, you know, you'd grown up left wing and you'd grown up around like-minded people. And like you said, our education does sort of stop after youth movement level, our social education.
Well, I'll never forget, on my first week in the office, I said something about somebody Facebook raping somebody, which was just a term that people I knew used. And everyone, all the movement workers, gasped and looked at me. I have never used that term again. And quite right, it's an outrageous term, and we shouldn't use it. But that's a side point. On the main thing, I think, is, you know, when I was a movement worker, we were very passionate about being about lesbian and gay rights, and about creating a society that was not heteronormative, where we didn't assume that everybody was heterosexual. It was not on our radar. Nobody in the movement was trans. No one was talking about trans inclusion. It wasn't something we ever thought about. It wasn't a thing that was discussed in society. And I think because of that, it was something that was never really on my radar. And it wasn't that I was transphobic, but I had some, I didn't know enough, and I was definitely outdated.
And was there a moment in that first sort of year or few years of being the director of youth that you had a chance to either educate yourself, or maybe was there ever a time that the movement workers came to you and said, look, we want to do this?
Yeah, so it was one of the first jobs I was given. I was told, we have 2 trans Mudrahot who would like to have a full role on camp. So that means that, you know, doing all the other things that the other leaders do. So dorm time, having an age group, having, you know, all the things that everyone else does. They want to do everything. And at the moment, our safeguarding policy says they shouldn't. And can you change the safeguarding policy and work out how we can do this?
And what was it about the safeguarding policy at the time that made it not quite so clear?
So everything in the safeguarding policy was based on sex. So women could not go into I remember my first my first event was Aviv. I have a really bad back, and I asked one of the male movement workers if they could take my bag up to my bedroom for me, and they said no, they're not allowed up there. It was before the kids arrived, and I was like, what? You can't take my bag to my bedroom. Are you mad? And they were like, no, it's against our safeguarding policy, and it's your job to enforce the safeguarding policy, so you must know. I was like, okay, all right. But there was a complete rule that men were not allowed in the women's corridors, and the women were not allowed in the men's corridors, and never the two shall meet. And it was completely segregated on people's gender, but probably sex being more accurate than gender. Yeah, and I was told to make it trans inclusive, and I went to all the places that you would go, and none of them were trans inclusive. The NSPCC were not. I was told by the NSPCC sports division, who run camps, that it was impossible and that we shouldn't do it. I went to the UJA and they said, no one's doing that, and you can't do it. It's not legal. And everywhere I went told me it wasn't legal. I went to an LGBTQ charity, youth provision, youth club, and they said it makes no sense for us. We have in our safeguarding policy, in our dorms and whatever, we have nothing about gender, and it doesn't make any sense. But this is a completely queer environment, and therefore we don't need it. I was like, okay. And I was quite panicked about making this massive decision when all of these authorities were telling me that we couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. Sean, who works for LJ, put me in contact with a charity that offers legal advice to trans people. Mm-hmm. And I phoned them up and they researched it, and they came back and said, there is no law. There is no law. There is no rule. You just have a responsibility to safeguard. And there is no evidence that anyone who is trans is any greater risk. And we don't say you're if you're gay, you can't put Hanihimot to bed. Mm-hmm. There's nothing about sexuality. Why would being trans make you higher risk? Mm-hmm. And in fact, all the evidence shows that being trans makes you at a higher risk, not higher risk to others. So we went for it, and we changed the policy, and we had these 2 Madrachot come on camp and have a dorm each, and not one of the participants even said a single thing, not one comment. No one questioned it. They just were completely accepted by the young people. And we were really worried about backlash from the parents, and there was no backlash because none of the kids had a problem. They didn't even notice it enough to tell their parents. Mm-hmm. And then about 2 years afterwards, not all, but most of the Jewish youth movements caught up, as did the NSPCC, as did the UJA, and they were all being more trans inclusive.
I mean, it's really amazing. We were almost like the front runners for such an important change. And I think something that's really important to specify is, so what did our you might be wondering, like, what does our safeguarding policy look like now? So it's not about gender, and so what the safeguarding policy used to say, like Becca said, was that a male madracha cannot go into the female section of the dormitories, and a female madracha cannot go into the male side of the dormitories. Now the safeguarding policy says something along the lines of, you personally as a dorm leader can only go into the dorm that you are allocated. So nobody can go into any other dorms. And that was all about making not just our decisions inclusive, but our language inclusive, so that the language applied to everybody, and there wasn't sort of this unknown and like potential for speculation. And it was all very clear and far more inclusive than it used to be. And it's like you said, you mentioned that the participants didn't notice or didn't have a problem with what was going on. And I think it's really important to say that inclusion like breeds acceptance. So, and leaders obviously lead by example. It's a situation where if we don't make a big deal out of something that doesn't need to be made a big deal out of, the kids aren't going to catch on and think, oh, there's something a bit funny going on here. Maybe we should be feeling a bit offbeat, like all of our leaders accepted that those trans madrichot, sorry, my Hebrew is not the best, but those trans madrichot, there were never any questions or comments or concerns from any other leaders, which meant that the participants never had any questions or comments or concerns because they were seeing that their leaders were being accepting. And so they learned that that was the thing to accept.
And I also think our safeguarding policy is safer.
Yeah.
It's much clearer. You can only go into a room that you're responsible for. So, it's a lot clearer and gets rid of a lot of grey area and makes our kids a lot safer.
For sure. And on that, so we've spoken about what if we have trans leaders, and I was wondering if you could touch on how LJY works with inclusion for trans participants, because of course they are their identity is just as important as our leaders' identities, and we are of course going to lead by example, and we don't want to say one thing for our leaders and say something else for our participants. So how could you tell us how our inclusion works for our participants?
Well, I think I wouldn't separate it as in we just looked at everything we did and tried to make it more inclusive. Mm-hmm. So we got rid of anything that was gendered. So we don't have girls' dorms and boys' dorms. We have different places that they are on the site. So we, on our main site where we run Kadima, we have named one half the ocean, and all the dorms are given a sea creatures themed room, and the other side of the dorms are the jungle, and they're given land animals as their, the tiger room and whatever. And that way, we never have to say, right, girls, follow me, it's bedtime. Say, right, everybody who's in the ocean dorms, follow me, and it's really important. We have, I don't have mine on me. Do you have yours on you, Jess? We have...
No, I don't.
No. We have pronoun badges that we wear on every event, so that it's seen as just a normal part of life, that you can't assume people's pronouns, and that people whose pronouns are maybe different, maybe people get them wrong, actually having them on there, we all have them on us. So those people can just, that's just part of what we do, is show our pronouns. So all the leaders, all the Sevet, all the staff team wear them, and then we let any participant who wants one have one. And it's amazing how many choose ones that you wouldn't assume they would choose, not the pronouns they were given at birth. And we create an environment where they can try that out. We also, in our safeguarding policy, saying, in which now I think, it's the law, but not everyone does it, is that we adopt the child's preferences, and we, anybody. So if anybody says that they are trans or non-binary, we ask them what they want, what would make them happy, what would make them comfortable, where they'd want to be. And we've made that really clear in our safeguarding policy, because it did say if you are a boy, you are in the boys' dorms, and if you're a girl, you're in the girls' dorms. And now it says if you do, I can't remember the wording, but something like, if you don't identify as the gender you were assigned at birth, we will have a conversation with you and let you be in the rooms that if you feel is most appropriate. We're not going to force somebody, because they identify as a boy, to have to be in the boys' dorms when they've always been historically in the girls' dorms. And we're not going to say, no, you can't be there anymore. And likewise, we're not going to say you have to stay in the girls' dorms because you were assigned female at birth. And it's about listening and working with people and educating everyone around. And actually, as Jess said, it breeds acceptance. We don't get any complaints from any of the other participants or the leaders ever.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you said, the simplest things can be the biggest change. You know, we have our gender pronoun badges and all of our leaders wear them. And I had a conversation with a friend from another youth movement about them. And she said, oh, but what do you do if a leader doesn't feel comfortable expressing their pronouns? Or like, how do you deal with any like transphobia or people being not accepting of maybe a leader having pronouns one year and then the next year having different pronouns? And we said, to be honest, we just don't have those situations. We've never had anybody on our camp say anything about a leader having different pronouns on their badge one year. We've never had anyone say that they feel uncomfortable displaying their pronouns, because we breed an environment where your identity is proudly accepted. And so, like we said, like Becca said, we have so many participants coming up to us and wanting to wear pronoun badges. And it's not just people who are trans or non-binary. We also have cisgendered participants who, cisgendered means you associate with the gender you were assigned at birth. So me, myself, I am a cisgendered woman. We have cisgendered participants wanting to display pronouns on their pronoun badges too, because they want to show that they are standing in solidarity with their trans and non-binary participants. And that's exactly the same as you see today. I am a cisgendered woman and I am displaying, you can't see right now because there's a comment come up, but when you see my name, you see that I'm displaying my pronouns in my name. And that's so that people know that I am an ally and that I am a safe person to talk to, and I will always respect their pronouns because I am displaying mine as a cisgendered woman in solidarity. So that's kind of a bit about our trans inclusion. We also briefly spoke about the language that we use, and I think it's really important to talk about the Hebrew language that we use. And Becca, I was wondering if you could talk to us about the language that we use and the Hebrew words that we use.
Oh, I see. I'm the worst because I find it so difficult having to try and get used to it, because I obviously grew up in the youth movement at a different time. But the Hebrew language is completely gendered. When you say a sentence like, would he like an ice cream? The he has to be male and the like is male, and it's all male. It's all gendered, and all the plurals are male as well. And every time you use Hebrew, you gender somebody. And obviously, we have several non-binary people and several trans people, and we try not to ever assume people's gender, and we try even harder, like, not to misgender people that we know have come out, and so it's really, really difficult. So we have tried to ungender, I don't know if that's the right words, Hebrew. So instead of madrahim, which is plural male, and madrahot, we say madrahimot. And instead of madrich or madracha, we say madracho. It was really interesting because this week I heard on BBC Radio 4 a whole thing about how an Israeli student studying in America just wrote a PhD where they created 2 new letters in the Hebrew alphabet, one for singular and one for plural, where they just created 2 new languages to make a non-binary Hebrew. They did it as their dissertation, and it's catching on. And she said she's put it on her website. I say she, I don't know. They put it on a website, and they said they're getting huge numbers of inquiries, and that in Israel it is massively taking off. So soon we might be getting rid of imot and be following what this lady is doing, this person is doing, and all be creating a new Hebrew language. But none of us speak Hebrew well enough that it's more of a problem than the few words that we use all the time. unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. And we are aware that the language we're using is not grammatically correct. We just have decided as a movement that we would rather be grammatically incorrect and be inclusive than be grammatically correct and be exclusive. So moving on from the language that we use, if any of you have heard of Keshet UK, they are the LGBT plus movement for Judaism, and they are a movement that we are in contact with constantly, and we have lots of talks run by them on our seminars for our leaders. We have a really great relationship with Keshet UK, and we are always in partnership in any way that we can be to be as inclusive as we possibly can. And something that they always talk about is the difference between acceptance and celebration. Now, acceptance is, you know, like some of the things we've said, like we accept that we have trans people, we accept that we have non-binary people. Celebration is taking it that one step further and uplifting the voices of our queer members. And so in some ways we are definitely celebratory, but in other ways we are just accepting. And it's really important as part of trying to be more inclusive in any aspect of inclusion that you inwardly look and you assess where you are. And it's not an issue to be accepting. It's an issue to be accepting and think you're celebratory, because there is always more work that can be done. And we'll come back to other things that we would like to do better a little bit later on. But another way that we've sort of noticed a bit of a change, and a good change within LJY, is the way that camp is run in a more broader sense of it, not just looking at inclusion for our trans and non-binary members, but also looking at being inclusive for people with other needs. Becca, I was wondering if you could talk to us about some of the needs that people can have when coming on LJY Netzer, and how we have adapted ourselves to be able to help these needs far better.
Sure. I think when people think about youth movements, they think about sitting around the table, shouting beer cup and banging on the table and being really loud. And we use the word ruach, which means spirit, and we want to have lots and lots of spirit and ruach. And you know, when we go on Israel tour and we see another Israel tour, we chant, "We've got the ruach." Yes, we do. We've got the ruach. How about you? And it's all about being the loudest with the most spirit, the most attitude. And actually, there is a whole load of Jewish kids in our community that are quiet and have different ways of communicating, that actually that is hell on earth. And it's really, really important that we don't say, because you don't like shouting and screaming and chanting and being really loud, you don't belong in the Jewish community, which I think for years has been something that kids have felt.
Mm-hmm.
And so some of our kids really love that, and we haven't got rid of it, but we make sure that we are being inclusive and we don't have a complete sensory overload for kids who have different sensory needs all day. So we do things like, in the dining room, we will have quiet meals where we will not have any chanting and shouting, and it would be themed around something. Or sometimes it will be loud and shouty, and we have a quiet dining room. So anyone who doesn't want to be in the loud and shouty room can be somewhere else doing something else. We make sure when we have a disco that there is a different option. So there'll be a disco in one room, and in another room there might be board games, in another room there might be a relaxation room. And it's about it not being this is what you should be doing, but if you're special, you can go somewhere else. But actually, we're going to provide something for all the different types of people who have different needs, and making sure that they are all equally valued and valued, and that they meet the needs of different members. And I think the more that we do that, the more we get kids with differing needs, and the more we keep the ones who maybe have more sensory needs. And as somebody just put in the chat, the introverts as well, they have a place, and we try to make sure that they have a space, and that they feel really welcome. And there's a scale, right? So there's people who just don't really like it, and there's people that have significant additional needs, and we have got really good at the ones who have more needs, about having individual care plans and key workers and all the things that they would need to meet their needs. But some of it is just being aware that there are different types of kids, and that LJY Netzer is the youth movement for all liberal Jews, and not just the ones who like to scream and shout.
For sure. And I think being someone who has been a leader for the past, I think 4 years or 5 years now, I really have seen a change in that. And I think the best way to describe it is, like you said, we used to see the loud and the loud and the excitable parts of Kadima as this is the program, and then if you didn't want to do that, you could sit on the side, or it was more of like an afterthought. It was never a process of like putting and implementing these things at the start. And we now, because we are trying to be so aware and help people who are really uncomfortable in those situations, when someone is planning the last night spectacular, for example, it's not just, okay, this is the program, and then there'll be a leader in the quiet room doing something. I've seen Becca go up to our leaders when they're planning those sessions and go, no, you need to have a proper scheduled plan set out for this. Like you would have a session plan for the excitable part and the disco, you need to have a session plan for this, for the additional rooms. And it then moves the conversation away from it being main and other, and people feeling like they're the other and not necessarily considered from the get-go. And it moves to everybody being on a level playing field, and everybody having their wants and their needs assessed equally. Or maybe not even equally, actually, because maybe we and rightly so, put more attention into what we can do for the people with additional needs, sort of like the equality versus equity debate. And because of that, we've seen a massive change. So people who are uncomfortable in the disco, they no longer just sit on the side and don't say anything about it. They will happily go up to a leader and say, where is this room that I can go to? Because they feel heard, they feel like people have listened to them, and they feel comfortable enough to be able to come up to us in those situations. And so that's great. There was a question about the thesis. Becca, do you know the name of the thesis just before we move on?
I can't remember, but I know that when Jess and I were talking about it, I just quickly Googled non-binary Hebrew, and it comes straight up.
Great. So yeah, that if you're looking for that, definitely Google. And while I'm on the topic of comments and questions, please keep messaging in your, like, typing on whatever you're streaming on, and send us any questions that you would like us to ask, you'd like us to answer, or if you have a question that you want Becca to ask me, or you want myself to ask Becca, please keep sending them in, and we will we're going to leave some time at the end to answer questions, so please keep bringing them in, and we will answer as many as we can at the end. So we talked about this, the change in dynamic. We no longer are looking at our loud and excitable participants as the main priority. We're putting stuff in place for people with additional needs and for people who are introverted, like we said. And I was wondering if there was a change in our behavioral policy, because you mentioned individual care plans and key workers, and I think it's oftentimes maybe not as common now, but I especially remember when I was at school, I would be in situations where there was a really, really disruptive child in class, and the immediate thing was that they were going to get in trouble. and there was no sort of conversation about, okay, like what's going on there. Becca, I was wondering if you could talk to us about what we do in LJY when there are those sorts of instances.
Yeah, I think it's really, really important that we remember that all behaviour is communication, and people are on summer camp because they want to have a good time. And people, if they are having a good time, are not going to sabotage that. And so if somebody is creating problems and having difficult behaviour, it's because they're having a difficult time and they're needing help and support. And yes, it's not a free-for-all. We have rules, we have boundaries, but it's really important that we're listening and supporting. So we do have some absolute no's that if people break these rules, we take, they're going home, and we have 3 strikes in your home. But so say someone gets their first strike and it's for disruptive behavior, instead of just giving them a strike, we need to work out what's going wrong for them and how we can help them and how we can sort it out. And the kids who get in trouble on camp are also the ones who are struggling and having a tough time. It's not like the really happy kid who's having a great time gets in trouble for doing something because they got carried away with their friends. Rarely. It's normally the one that's really struggling. And instead of demonizing them, let's work with them and let's see if we can meet their needs. And often, that 2-pronged approach of, what you did isn't right, and that this is our policy, but let's work together to make sure that it doesn't happen again, and let's make camp work for you, and let's deal with whatever's causing the problems. Actually is much more effective. And so our behavior policy is much more about kind of listening to the person, they're listening to what they're communicating, listening to why they're thinking about why it's going wrong, and trying to proactively put that right for them, either engage them or whatever. Like I know we had a kid on camp who wasn't coping, and they ended up having their own bedroom, and then they were fine on camp. Or we had a kid who wasn't coping on camp for different stuff, and they end up missing the same session every day because actually that was a time that they couldn't cope with, and that's absolutely fine. If we can work out what's going wrong for somebody, and can put in stuff to put it right, it's much better than having to discipline them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the biggest thing we can do is ask what they need from us. We're there to provide them with the best experience on camp, and if that best experience means that from 2 to 3 every day they go and have a lie down in bed, or they go and have a run around outside by themselves, then that's what they'll do. We are facilitators of a great experience, and so that's always going to be the most important thing to us. I think it's also really important to talk about, while we're talking about inclusion and our behavior policy, is that we do have and to me it seems obvious, but I think it might not be obvious, but that's just because I've grown up in LJY. But to me it's obvious that in LJY, in our behavior policy, we have a zero tolerance policy for homophobia and transphobia and racism and sexism. And that's also really important to mention, because we talk about inclusion, but unless we're doing something about when people are being exclusive, it's sort of falling on deaf ears. And so just thought that was really a keen point to mention. So we're sort of coming further towards the end of our session, and whilst we've been speaking a lot about how we are inclusive, I think part of this conference, it's really important to talk about ways in which we believe we can do better. And it wouldn't be constructive to be constantly, tooting our own horns and not, like I said, look at ourselves and be like, okay, so we've done quite well in this respect. Where can we do better? So Becca, I was wondering if you have anything off the top of your head, or if you have a social issue that you think that we as LJY can do better, maybe you could talk about that for a bit.
I think all of these things go in cycles. Like I think LJY gets really good at something, and then they feel confident about it, and we stop educating, and we have such a turnover of leaders that things creep back occasionally. So I know for ages we've been really good at like getting rid of all the heteronormativity in camp, and
what is heteronormativity, and how does it display itself on camp?
So like, when people assume that people are people are heterosexual, so things like when I first started in LJY, there was lots of conversations about who the Hanahimot were taking to the disco on the last night and who they fancied and whatever, that their dorm leaders were happy to join in on and encourage those conversations because the leaders wanted to know the gossip because it was fun being on the other side. And we basically challenged all of that and got rid of all those conversations, because the disco is not about a girl taking and a boy going together, and it's not about anybody being in a romantic thing. It's about everybody going and having a good time together. You know, some people are not interested in having any kind of relationship yet. Some of our kids are nowhere near hitting puberty yet. And some of those conversations are completely inappropriate, but some of them are just make a hell of a lot of assumptions, or make people who do not fit that the prevalent assumptions, make them have to lie or come out, and we don't want to be putting people in those situations. And I think we're really good with the Hanahimot. Like, no one would ask any of our kids if they were taking someone to the disco. But occasionally there's jokes between leaders that, you know, if we have a male and a female Rosh heads of camp, that they become the mummy and the daddy of the group, or that, you know, that they must be dating, and that the kids start it but the leaders join in, and it breeds that heteronormative culture. So we make sure that those kind of conversations that they don't happen anymore. And I think that it did creep back for a while. I think one of the real problems that we have on LJY is a real tension between for our male leaders, that we are a feminist youth movement, and we need our leaders to be strong and confident and to be, you know, exciting and dynamic. And I think there's a real tension for the male leaders about being strong enough and confident and leading, and not having and fighting toxic masculinity, and making sure that the women have a chance to be strong leaders. And I see that as like I see that the leaders that really get it, the male leaders that really get it and really care, really struggle about finding their place, and really struggle to find the to find where they should be, how much should they be loud and taking control, and how much they should be supporting their female colleagues. And I think that is a struggle that we have. I think it's something that we've done lots of education with our Sevet about, and I think it's getting better and we're finding a place, but I do think that it is a challenge.
Yeah, for sure. I think heteronormativity, like you said, it comes and goes in cycles. We slack on it, and then it comes back, and then we pick it up again, and it gets a lot better. I think we also, from my perspective, I think we also have a bit of an issue with Ashkenormativity, in that we perceive, or British Jewry perceives the majority of Jews to be of Ashkenormative heritage, and I think within LJY we've struggled over the past few years. Every year on camp we have a theme of the year, or not just on camp, every year at Revd, which is our decision making event, we vote on a theme of the year, and it'll be an educational theme of the year, and someone from our youth movement will bring the topic, and then we'll all vote on it, and the one that has the most votes in a democratic process will be voted in as the theme of the year. And I think it was either 2 or 3 years ago that our theme of the year was Jews of color. And that meant that we tried to have a lot of education around Jews from different backgrounds that aren't Ashkenazi, because as a British Jewish youth movement, there is a tendency to assume that everybody is Ashkenazi, and that's really, really detrimental to Jewish history, to our participants who aren't Ashkenazi, and it's also a real issue and a detriment to our Jews of color, because we're not showing the inclusion that they deserve. And so I think that's definitely something that I would say that whilst we are trying to tackle, it's definitely something that we can work harder on. When the Black Lives Matter movement really kicked off last summer, we made a huge resource bank of information and education about Jews of color, about Black Jews. We found podcasts and YouTube videos and papers and stuff to read, and we tried to circulate that around our leaders. It's a lot harder to do online than it is in person, and so I wouldn't be able to say that has transferred over to our participants, but that's definitely something that, now that we're moving back to being in person, is something that we're really, really keen to sort of kickstart. Alongside the inclusion, we our theme of the year this year, which was following on from last year's theme, is Rainbow Jews. So this year we have specifically uplifted and raised the voice of LGBT plus Jews. We've done lots of infographics about queer Jews, and we've tried to get speakers in. So these are things that we are trying to do, and I think what's really important to note as we as a youth movement do is that we are constantly changing and we're constantly moving, and so we are always open to being told, like, oh, Jess, like you're not actually that inclusive on Sephardi heritage, for example. Like, I think you need to look at that. Like as LJY, we welcome those conversations. We welcome finding out who we can talk to and keeping these conversations going and educating ourselves more so that we can be better leaders and we can educate our participants more. Something that in the more recent past that we have implemented, or not implemented, but have been looking at more recently, is our accessibility. So Becca, I was wondering if you could just briefly touch on accessibility, and then we will move on to some questions.
Yeah, so our current site is not, that we run summer and spring camps are not wheelchair accessible. And we haven't had anyone apply who needs them to be wheelchair accessible. But every time we look for new sites, we're looking at all the accessibility criteria, and it's something that, we wouldn't want somebody to apply and be told, oh no, because you weren't here, we didn't make sure, but now you've applied, we'll try and find somewhere else. Mm-hmm. It just is better if it is accessible. I mean, and we have managed to take people with many different disabilities, but just physical disabilities at the moment, when it's in terms of mobility, our sites are not great. They're very big. We had one person who was a leader who said that they didn't think that they could carry on being a leader because the site is too big and they have mobility issues, and that's really bad. And we worked with them and we said that, we would arrange things around them, but they decided not. But so we have been looking at new sites, and we're always looking at new sites, and accessibility is one really high up there on our criteria. And we have found a new site for our spring camp that is much more accessible. So hopefully that is something that we can really improve on. And it's something that we're really conscious of. You have to make, the tent open to people.
Yeah, for sure. And even the the Israel to Alternative camp that we're running this summer for our 16 and 17-year-old participants is at a wheelchair accessible site that is completely wheelchair accessible. The whole site is not just like a part of it, like the whole site is completely wheelchair friendly. And so we're really, really excited for that. And it doesn't matter, like Becca said, it doesn't matter if we don't have someone come who needs those facilities. We have to provide so that we don't ever have to turn people away. You know, like when we started working on our trans inclusion, it was because there was a need for it, and it's exciting to be able to say that we're working on this before it needs to. I mean, it always needs to be done, but you know,
it would have been better. It would have been better if it had been all set up before they asked for it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so that's pretty much like everything that we wanted to cover in this session. We've had a few questions in so far, so please keep sending them in. We've got about 8 or 9 minutes to answer questions. Becca, we had a question about what we do to make intersex people feel heard and listened and welcome in LJY. So I was wondering if you could, here we go. So from Leslie, it says, what happens to ensure young people who are intersex feel welcomed and celebrated and involved?
So depending on our age groups, we do tend to have on our longer events an LGBTQI session where we make sure that people understand and that we provide education that is, I mean, I was going to say better, but I guess it depends what school you go to, but better than most people get at school, because it's in an environment where people are comfortable. And it's taught by people who are passionate about it, and it's taught from a very inclusive stance. I mean, our policy is about working with people where they're at and about understanding people's needs and treating everybody as an individual. I mean, and at the moment, I mean, and that would apply to someone who is intersex, I mean, as much as it applies to anyone else. But we kind of, you know, we celebrate the differences as much as people are comfortable for them to be celebrated, and we accommodate the needs of any young person as an individual.
Yeah, we don't have a blanket policy because we want to, and we ask those young people what they would feel comfortable with, and so for example, when a child is signed up to, or when a participant is signed up to an LJY Netzer event, they are told that if they have any welfare concerns or they have anything that they want to discuss with us, to email or call us, and then we have those conversations with people on a person by person basis, and that's the way that we make sure that we are being as inclusive as we possibly can.
We do try to call every new person who's not been on LJY before. Mm-hmm. But to just, because everybody has additional needs, to make sure that before their first event that we've spoken to their parents and hear about, you know, what that person needs to make an event work for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also on that, we, as trying to make our movement more inclusive, we, in like sort of the top end of leadership, so myself and Becca and Josh, we attend seminars ourselves. So for example, I've attended quite a few talks this year about intersex identity and what that means and what it means to exist as an intersex person in today's society. We also, it's something that we haven't mentioned, but we all have mental health first aid training, because that's also something that we really see as something that's really important, and we need to be inclusive of people's mental health. Just while I remember that before I forgot it. So yeah, we are always consistently working and doing things internally to improve ourselves as much as possible and to be as inclusive as possible. We had a question from Nicola that says, BLM and racism hasn't really been discussed in more detail. Some people appear to be white but could be of mixed heritage, so there can be assumptions about their ethnicity. And then we had a follow-up question that says, how does race and anti-racism enter into LJY's vision of inclusion? And so, yes, you're absolutely right, Nicola. There are people who could appear to be white but do have mixed heritage. And it's really important that we don't assume that just because someone looks white that they are absolutely Ashkenazi. That's sort of what we're trying to work on with our Ashkenormativity. And so for example, when we have sessions where we talk about, like Becca said, on our longer Machanot, we have sessions where we talk about different types of Jewish heritage, because we want to be celebratory and inclusive, and we want to educate our participants on that. And it also then makes people who aren't of white heritage, Ashkenazi heritage, feel much more comfortable within LJY, because they're not seen, they don't feel as like an other. And maybe Becca, although you were furloughed this time last year, so I don't know if you'll know the answer, but how does race and anti-racism enter into LJY's vision of inclusion?
Well, I mean, it was the year before we did the we had that as our theme, and I have to say it was something we really struggled with. I was at Charlotte Fisher's talk this morning, and I think her training resources that she's made would have been, I mean, we would have absolutely devoured them if they'd already been created. Mm-hmm. But I think we struggled with it as a theme because we do have in most year groups in LJY somebody of a Jew of color, at least one, if not a few, and we tried to talk to them about how comfortable they would be discussing and tackling racism in the Jewish community in that sphere with them there, and basically most of them said that they weren't comfortable and they didn't want it to be overt. So we didn't want to put them in a situation where they were uncomfortable. So we tackled it as much as we could and did a lot of education about different Jews and about racism in society. But we didn't really get down to the nuts and bolts about the British Jewish community and racism within it. And I think that maybe the discussion was that is a longer project, and that's something we need to work towards. And the more we have those conversations, the easier we'll get to that bit. And I think that it basically was the start of a journey, our year of education on it, as opposed to a journey in itself.
Yeah, for sure. So I think that's where we're going to finish for today. I think it's almost quite I can't think of the word, but it's quite whatever that we've finished with something that we are struggling with, like we might be doing really, really well in some places with our inclusion, and we're not afraid to admit that we are struggling with some other things. And I think the first step to being inclusive is looking at where you aren't inclusive, or where you are struggling to be inclusive. So thank you very much for having us. I think I hope that everybody has learned something new, maybe learn more about our youth movement. And of course, if there are any community leaders that have more questions for us on how they can implement more inclusion in their communities, please feel free to email myself or Becca. We are jess@liberaljudaism.com. Not .org, and Becca @liberaljudaism.org. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to Biennial for having us. Thank you to the tech team for being so great, and to everyone working behind the scenes. I hope you've enjoyed. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shabbat Shalom to Jess and to Becca as well, and to all of you from me, Rabbi Aaron Goldstein. I'm delighted to be here today with you at our biennial conference. Today talking about mixed faith blessings. Although, as you're going to hear, we're going to challenge actually the name Mixed Faith Blessings. In talking and speaking with the chair of our movement, Ruth Seeger, and her husband, Andrew. I'm delighted to be talking with them this afternoon and being able to engage with them as we consider a groundbreaking move by the Conference of Liberal Rabbis and Cantors over this past year. One which has seen us be able to use a chuppah for the first time in a mixed wedding. We're going to talk weddings, blessings, and the nomenclature a little bit later on. And Ruth, our chair, went into press saying, well, actually, she'd be rather interested, and I assume Andrew as well, and it wasn't forced into it, to actually have a chuppah, because when they got married, they weren't able to have one. This is something that I've experienced recently as well. In fact, in less than a month now, we'll be having a ceremony for a couple who are renewing their vows under a chuppah, having not been able to do so first time around, and 10 years later, now they're going to do so. And we're going to pick up some of the issues around living in mixed households. That is a Jewish home with Ruth and Andrew. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to get to know you a little bit better as well. We're going to refrain from talking bicycles today, because we could talk forever about bicycles, because we have a shared love of that. In fact, I know that you have a tandem. Maybe we can add another one in the back, and I can come along and we can talk about it another time. But for now, give us just a glimpse of your backgrounds and where you came from. Where did you meet?
Well, I mean, I was brought up in a small liberal Jewish community, Crawley. We met at university, so in Bristol. So I'd always been a member of this little community. And then I was studying civil engineering, and we met in the first year. Yeah. You were studying maths.
Yeah, and I grew up.
Well, you weren't actually at the beginning.
So I grew up in suburbs of Norwich, which was, probably still is, a pretty monocultural place. Yeah, and went to University of Bristol. We met at the end of the first year.
And so then we were together, and we got married after about 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. 4 years.
4 years later.
And by that time, we've gone.
So tell us just a little bit about your courtship and how your families reacted to each other, because of course Jewish people very often forget in a mixed relationship that there's another family involved as well. But how did it work with your families?
Indeed. Well, I mean, we met actually at a time when people still smoked in pubs, and the big thing that Andrew did for me was my hair. I had loads of hair. I mean, it was even more than this, and it was like crystal tips, and it caught fire in his pub, and it was the Corrie Tap, the Coronation Tap, which is well known in Bristol, at the cider pub. And anyway, Andrew very gladly put my hair out, so that was so I think you had to you came along to a lot of things, didn't you? And then I remember you learning to fast on Yom Kippur, and he'd come along to the services, and my dad would always have a kippah in his pocket, because Andrew never remembered. And well, you might have done sometimes. And then after a couple of years, my dad bought you a tallit, which was very significant. It's very significant. The other brothers and sons-in-law didn't get one of those. And then your mother, your parents?
I mean, I don't recall it being an issue. I mean, I certainly felt very welcomed by Ruth's family. I think Ruth was, was welcomed by mine. I can imagine in many situations it could be an issue, but I think as it happened with both our families, they were fine about it, weren't they?
They were, yes. And and Andrew's mother was, his dad was really good as well. But she had a freezer full of food, and I was always very grateful that and right from the start, she said she didn't buy anything, put anything in her freezer that my children couldn't eat. So there was no pork in there at all, it just wasn't there. And she didn't give it to them. And then, there was a time, and I didn't let them have it. we didn't let them have it until they were kind of old enough, in good liberal Jewish tradition, to make a choice of their own choice. And then, you know, they've got, and then so I think she said, oh, I'm allowed to eat it now, Grandma. And she said, not until I hear that from your mother. And so she was, you know, and that was kind of, could have been an issue, and it really wasn't.
Yeah.
So it's not been a problem at all, has it?
No.
So it sounds like you had and have wonderfully supportive families, and I know that you may come up with a few little nuggets later on as well, more about your families. But what about communal life? When it came to actually not just meeting the family, but meeting the community, how did that go?
Well, I mean, the Crawley Jewish community was probably about 10 people. About 10?
It was 30.
30. Well, okay, but they weren't all there together.
And most of them turned up on Friday.
And a good chunk of that was, you know, Ruth's family. There's 5 children. So
that's true.
It's the boundary between meeting her family and the community was fairly kind of blurred. But again, I think because was a very small community, it inevitably was fairly outward looking. Because if it looked inwards, it was just too small. So I don't think they took the community very much took its steer from Eric, Ruth's dad, who was the chair. So it was very straightforward.
And so and when we got, so we were going to get married, and because we didn't really think about that much, but we thought, we got engaged in May, and we thought 3 months was quite long enough to arrange a wedding. It was a bit tight actually, because our families were seem to be going to abroad to study and all sorts. It was quite, and then so we did want to get married in the synagogue, and then we found out quite quickly that we couldn't, and then we thought, oh well, we'll have a blessing in the synagogue or something, and then they said we couldn't have that either, and then they said maybe we could do something outside of the synagogue, but it would have to be very private, and we thought, oh, forget it really. You know, I think that was tough. That was the first tough. And actually, that if there was going to be a ceremony, it would have been at the local big synagogue, which was South London, which I thought at the time was really very big. But that was our sort of, well, there could have been Brighton, I suppose. So that was, and then that was hard. I felt embarrassed. I wasn't comfortable about that. But our own community, so that was it. But Crawley, so we just joined. I mean, there wasn't an issue. They just joined, and they said, did we want to go onto council? I said, well, somebody ought to not be on council, you know, in this small community. So we didn't do that.
That's fantastic. So I could hear, though, that it wasn't an easy thing to hear from your community, that it wasn't possible to do something within a synagogue or within that context. And Andrew, you'd obviously had a warm welcome into the family and to the community itself, but then they say, no, I'm sorry, we can't do anything for you.
Well, yeah, I suppose so, but I didn't know any better, did I? I mean, it's a long while ago, trying to remember, but I perhaps would, if I'd married somebody who is Catholic, I wouldn't necessarily have expected that that all aspects of a Catholic marriage would be applicable in our circumstance. So I don't think, I mean, it was disappointing. I mean, particularly because it meant a lot. It would have meant a lot to Ruth if we could have had a blessing or whatever. But I didn't feel enraged or angry about it at that point. Just that's the way it was.
Just nonplussed. But it obviously didn't put you off enough to mean that you wouldn't throw yourself into the Jewish community. You know, I mean, I've grown up through the years, not just seeing Ruth, but you as well at biennials and conferences. And I wouldn't have known that you weren't Jewish. actually, because you were just one of us, part of the Jewish community. So what were the kinds of roles that the two of you have played? Because I know that you've moved and you've been part of different communities. So what were the kind of roles that you played within the Jewish community?
Well, I suppose the way clearly Ruth's Judaism is absolutely central to who she is. So having met Ruth, fall in love with Ruth, decided to sort of share my life with Ruth, then sharing her Judaism was just inevitable. You know, you couldn't have said, well, yes, but not the Judaism, if you know what I mean. So that's kind of where we were. I suppose I was coming from. I wasn't one of those people who I've occasionally met who are not Jewish who will say that they are somehow inexplicably to them drawn to Judaism, and almost they were going to go there in some shape or form down the years. I mean, I think, pursue the Catholic example, if I'd married a Catholic, I wouldn't have got drawn towards Judaism, but or in any shape particularly. But as I say, Ruth is Jewish. It's just through to the core. So, and then I think I kind of felt there's a lot of people around, aren't there, who will talk about their Jewish roots. They will say, I have Jewish roots, and they'll explain their mother or their father was Jewish and so on. And I think if you don't throw your lot in a sense, and back the Jewishness of the family, become a Jewish family, then you end up with children who have Jewish roots, who in a sense are not Jewish but were from a family. And I always struck me that would be a shame to get to that position. If our children grew up and decided they didn't want to have anything to do with Judaism, well, that's different. That's their choice. But to see the dilution of a culture that had been there, and a tradition and a religion that's been there for 4,000 years, had made a major contribution to kind of Western civilization, just kind of dribbling away, didn't feel right. And I mean, so it seemed that the right approach to take and to give the children the option to have that Jewish identity, as opposed to merely to be saying I have Jewish roots, was to kind of to bring them up in a Jewish family.
So that was never really in doubt. They were always going to be. That was never in doubt.
Yeah.
But and at the synagogue, in the community, you end up, don't you? I mean, what did you do? Used to do security duty.
Yeah.
Schlepping the chairs, taking the kids to Cheder.
Just the things that the dad in a Jewish family will do. I didn't. So it was kind of as simple as that, really.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to move the chairs.
When and I know from past experience of schlepping chairs with you that you do a great job.
Practice.
We've had a couple of questions, and it's always we'll come back to your story as well. But it's always good to answer some of the questions which are coming in as well. One from Leslie Moss, who I have to respect because he's my chair or co-chair at the Art Synagogue, who asked whether you were aware of different branches of Judaism when you were growing up, and different responses to being in mixed relationships.
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, I thought that liberal Judaism was the norm, and then all my family were liberal Jews. My extended family, except one lot who we knew were different because they were Reform, and I'd heard distantly about other sorts of Jews as well. So I didn't really, it's a strange perspective. You can imagine what a shock I got when I went to Bristol University, JSOC, and somebody told me I was lighting Hanukkah candles from the wrong end. and I just said, well, it depends which side you're standing. And this is how we do it in Crawley. I just thought, that was really strange. So I kind of got more tolerant. But I didn't really know about other branches of Judaism really beyond liberal, because I had my liberal in Israel, in Dublin, so they were all except for the people in Reform, just one aunt in Reform. Yeah.
I
about you?
I can't remember really. Too long ago. I suspect that I had only the dimmest, if at all, awareness of the different strands of Judaism.
I think this is absolutely fantastic that Crawley, the Crawley Jewish community was normative. Whatever happened at the Crawley Jewish community, that's absolutely fantastic. I love it, and possibly one of our smallest communities ever, being normative.
And I think, to the extent that I was aware of Judaism, I think it would probably have been from television, films, and so on and so forth. And Norwich doesn't have a Jewish community, has it? It hasn't had for about 800 years.
It does have one now.
Well, it does again now, but it had a long period when they weren't there. Poor history, yes, not good.
Rob Crampton's also asked a question, perhaps it might be more for me to answer actually, in terms of the possibility of getting married in a synagogue with a non-Jewish partner. Liberal Judaism doesn't tell all of its congregations what to do. They are made up, Liberal Judaism made up of autonomous communities, so it is up to the individual synagogue and working with their clergy to work out what their policies are around inclusion. We, as a whole, Liberal Judaism would encourage inclusion and therefore pushing towards that direction. So I would say probably the majority of communities would accept somebody becoming, actually having a ceremony in a synagogue. Just the nomenclature, of course, is very important. We're allowed by English law to marry two Jews. Anywhere, actually, it doesn't matter whether it's in the synagogue or outside. We can't marry somebody who's Jewish and not Jewish. We can do a blessing on their wedding, on their marriage, but we can't actually do the marriage bit itself. But as ever, please contact your local liberal synagogue and local clergy and have the conversation with them and see what's possible. And who knows, if you're engaged, mazel tov, do come in. Coming back to Andrew and Ruth and your story as well, I just wanted to tease out as well as an important thing. When we were talking before, Andrew challenged the words that we used to describe what we were doing for a good number of years, a couple of decades now, mixed faith blessings. Do you want to say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think, this session was originally and is branded, I think, something mixed faith marriages. And actually, I think in our situation, it's not a mixed faith marriage because I don't have a faith. So there is actually only one faith in the marriage. And I suspect that's probably a pretty widespread situation where there's a Jewish and a non-Jewish partner. And we did actually try to think of a different name for the session, but we couldn't come up with one that actually would make any sense and would instantly allow people to recognize what we were talking about, because mixed faith is what's said. But yeah, my guess is the majority of partnerships where one person is Jewish, the other one doesn't have a faith at all. So we could do with a different name. So we would describe ourselves as a Jewish family, with a non-Jewish member. I mean, the children sometimes describe you as something different. They can be rude about it. Yeah, but it's to say he can't have cheesecake, because he's not Jewish. This sort of carry on. But that's how we would describe ourselves, and because it is a Jewish family. But to put that, it sounds like a bit of a paragraph, didn't it? It wasn't useful. So we've gone back to this, which is understood. Oh, I don't know what it's curious to. I don't know where the idea of a mixed faith, when it was originally coined, whether there was an assumption on the part of those in the Jewish community that, well, everybody has a faith, or what? I mean, it's a bit like the argument over the census, isn't it? And people end up describing themselves as Christian than are, because the way the thing's framed. I think a lot of it, these thoughts and policies of inclusion were driven out of the then rabbinic conference, and of course rabbis are quite interested in religion and faith and all that kind of stuff. But somebody made the mistake of letting us do the marketing as well and the PR. Somebody should have come up with a better name for it, I think, and done a little bit of a job on it. I think it's also very interesting. Your story that resonates with my own family. Where my wife's sister, Wendy, married Matt, whose only religion is Watford Football Club.
I remember very clearly when their children were growing up, we were having a Shabbat evening together, and one of the kids sort of went round and said, "No, you're a Jew, and I'm a Jew, and you're a Jew, and Dad, what are you?" And Matt, at that moment in time, because he is well defined things probably through the religious notion, said, "I'm nothing." So he's become our nothing. But that's nothing that, that really is so untrue of him within the household. Very often on a Friday night, if I know that Wendy's away, I might drop in on my way home from synagogue and just to see how they're doing. And it's Matt who's saying to the kids, "Right, come on, we've got to light the candles now." And it's somebody who's nothing, but is everything actually for the Jewish household and the Jewish home, ensuring that continuity. And what you said, the importance of being part of a chain of tradition. And I know that I think, well, he'll talk for himself one day. We'll have him on these sessions. But for yourself, how does it feel to be part of that chain of tradition?
Well, fine. Otherwise, I guess I wouldn't be. Well, there's plenty of, I can think of plenty of couples where one is Jewish, one isn't, and where the non-Jew hasn't taken such a kind of active, I don't know what the word active role, sort of lived within the tent, has been a little bit more sort of in a bivvy bag outside.
I think you're being a little bit modest there, actually, because you've learned an awful lot about Judaism. I mean, you're very knowledgeable. I remember we were in Sfat once, and my aunt was there, and then you talked to her about Kabbalism. It was rather more than I knew, and I didn't know, although that may not be a proper branch. But I think you've had to learn, because this thing about passing it down, isn't it, from generation to generation? Something that we have to do, and in a household, similarly, you have to set an example, can't you? You can't have a do as I say, not as I do. And so I think you've learned a lot about it.
Yeah, I think I found it an easy religion, culture, practice, however you want to describe it, to fall in with. I think I would probably struggle with Orthodox Judaism, and I would definitely struggle with Christianity. But the way that, I mean, progressive Judaism, to the extent, okay, I'm a person of no faith, but if I kind of look at religions of the ones that I've come across, I think it's a fairly easy one to get on with.
We're not a bad lot, is what you're saying.
Not a bad lot.
Not a bad lot. I also, just a reminder to everybody who's with us, whether you're on Zoom or other media as well, please do send in questions, whether it be for Andrew or Ruth or for myself, around mixed something issues. Even if you want to propose some names that we should use, instead of using mixed faith something or other, we'll vote on it later. Is that okay, producers? Well, it doesn't matter. I'm leading on this thing, so I can decide. One of the things that I've found very often has been around people coming from more traditional backgrounds, and I have to say, within our own family, the Goldstein household, when I said to my parents that I was taking a job down in South Wales when I came out of university, Dad said, "Oh, that's fantastic. You can, you'll be in touch with Cousin X." And I said, "Never heard of Cousin X. Who's Cousin X?" And Cousin X had grown up in Birmingham, which is where they all grew up, being the most in a frum household, together with her father. But went to university, fell in love with the philosophy professor whose religion was communism, and that was it in terms of her relationship with Judaism. Her father sat shiva for her, and
really
those kinds of connections I find unusual today. And with all of my connections with couples, especially where somebody's coming from a more traditional background, there seems to be a much greater acceptance of mixed relationships. it may not be the ideal that the parents thought they would have for their children, or what they might have wanted. The ideal of seeing them come down the aisle into a chuppah and in an Orthodox synagogue, but there seems to be a much greater acceptance that it's possible to create a Jewish home in a mixed with a mixed partnership. And I just wondered if you want to say a little bit about that.
Yeah, yes, I think so. I mean, going back to the normative, Crawley, because it was so accepted, because my family affairs was quite prominent there, that made it very easy. But I mean, it is a reality, perhaps, and as you move further away from London, that a lot of people are meeting partners that are not Jewish, and then the other families, the rest of the families, got quite a choice to make. If you reject the partner, that your child's partner, you're asking your child to make a difficult choice there, aren't you? Yeah. And they're probably not going to choose you. So I think people, it might not be their first choice, and it would have been convenient if Andrew was Jewish, but he wasn't. And then I think that we welcome the other half in as somehow pragmatic as well. Because once if you then reject the partner, then what do you do when the grandchildren come? I mean, imagine that. It's unthinkable, isn't it? So I think, and the other thing is that if a lot of people, I mean, when I went at university and they said to me, I hear you've not marrying out, whatever it was,
might have been.
I was mixing with other people. They said, what's that thing called? Oh, when you leave the community and you go outside. And I said, I am not. I am converting, and whatever it was I was meant to be doing there. And I think that I mean, a lot of my siblings have non-Jewish partners, and they've all been brought into the fold, and so you end up with a lot more Jews as a result. And we're not talking about anti-Semites here. It's people who want to be part of a Jewish family and raise their children Jewish. So these are, I think, are very useful people inside our tent. People that should be accepted. But I do think that choice is what people having to make. That either what exactly do you do when your Jewish child has chosen a partner who isn't Jewish, and it's better for everybody, isn't it, in the short term and the long term, to welcome them. Because it was so easy, we kind of stepped through that. Had it been harder at the front, had we met resistance earlier on, there might have been a different outcome, I think, perhaps. And now it's much easier. It's much easier. But so when we moved to London, for example, and then I was still going back to Crawley, but we realised that we needed to. Andrew said, now you're pregnant, you need a synagogue in London. You can't keep moving back there. So we joined, and I joined. But first of all, I said, well, here we are. We'd like to join the synagogue, and it was another one, and they said, well, you can, and he can't, and I was shocked. I just I couldn't understand it, but that's normal. But it wasn't normal for me, and in the end, Andrew said, you need a synagogue, you have to join, and I did, but having then Woodford, they had family membership, Woodford family membership, and that was great because there was very different sorts. Things have changed a little bit, but different sorts of family membership, because it wasn't just for us. So you could have a family membership with one Jew and one non-Jew, and actually it was a member and a friend, but it was packaged as a family. Because I said, you can't start picking and choosing between different members of a family. So that's what they did. But actually it also came up from another situation where there was a woman, she was Jewish and her husband wasn't, and they raised the children as Jewish, but he wasn't. And then she died. And so, I was on council. I said, well, what do we do here? The man can't join because he's not Jewish. The children can't join because they're not 18. What do? Do we end up chucking the family out that we really, really, really don't want to? I mean, we wouldn't have done that, but we realised that our rules didn't actually represent what we meant. And that's so.
You'd think, Ruth, for a relatively bright lot of people, which I think we generally are, that you'd have thought through some of the ramifications. But I agree with you 100%. Sometimes we don't. And certainly our experience in the rabbinic conference, as it was, when we started talking about burying people together, we had encouraged and supported families where there were mixed partners within the household, and then suddenly somebody died. It's just like, ooh, we haven't thought through that. What should we do? So just to say, within the cemeteries where we have control over today, we are able to do mixed burials. There are certain principles around it, but we won't go into all the niceties. But the principle, the most important principle is there. And I think you're quite right. Sometimes we think through things, and it may be out of a principle of justice, a principle of inclusion. It might be that our notion of, in a sense, revelation of our Judaism pushes us down another route and takes us a bit further within the society that we're living today. And sometimes it just comes up and bites us, which sounds like in that case.
Well, it did, yeah. And I think sometimes the barriers, I was talking yesterday about, walls or barriers that you don't always see if you're on the other side of them. So absolutely, our communities have always been very welcoming to Andrew. Of course he, is there, and of course he does his security duty and all the other things. And but the fact that we couldn't have the future home couldn't be blessed as a chuppah, or he couldn't be a member, or it kind of and they could say, well, it doesn't matter, he's very welcome, and actually they absolutely meant that, and it looks different from the other side.
I think it within as society changes as well, there's different ways that people look at communal life, and where people perceive there to be a welcome. And that's something that if one is to be continually progressive, one needs to continue to develop and be aware of it. And sometimes we just need to be pushed as well. We need people to ask the questions about what it is that we might be doing to provide a better welcome to people. Andrew, I think you said earlier, well, I didn't really have an expectation that I would get X, Y, or Z. Whereas today, I think there is a much greater expectation. And for myself as a rabbi, I think it's not just about sort of saying, "Oh, everybody come in and we'll do whatever you want," kind of thing. Yeah. I think it's about providing meaningful ceremonies at the most important moments in people's lives, which inspire and which create a feeling of spirituality and connection that for the Jewish person, whether they are a person of faith or not, because let's face it, the majority of Jews are not necessarily people of faith as well. They're just part of the Jewish people. But that there is that deep connection, and that's extended, and that it's an environment where the person who isn't Jewish actually feels, no, I'm really comfortable to live within and be part of the Jewish community, have a Jewish home. We've had a number of questions around children and some of the issues that you might have come up against, whether it be different competing festivals, competing or convention, I'm not sure, but Christmas and Hanukkah or Pesach and Easter and other Jewish rituals. How did you approach some of these things?
Well, we celebrate all the Jewish festivals, and we do Hanukkah, and we also do Christmas. Yeah, we do. And
well,
that was always quite
Christmas.
important. We do. So, but we only celebrate Christmas in the sense of a festival of excess, which I think is the sort of English way, British way of doing things. No going to church or anything like that. The pub, yes, but as a family get together, and particularly I think for my family and my mum and my dad died quite a few years ago. My brother lives in New York, but I think that so having her for Christmas was kind of was important, but that's the only. We don't celebrate Easter or acknowledge Easter, really, do we?
No, but even at Christmas, I mean, because it wasn't have a huge significance for us. So Andrew used to say, he said, if Christmas was a Jewish festival, you'd be expected to invite people who would otherwise be on their own. So we do. So there's a gay couple neighbour, a couple of doors down, who always come over because they've kind of slightly estranged from their family, so they come. There was somebody from our synagogue who died recently, but he used to come with us, and he came down the pub with us too. And there was the old man who I knew. He had family, but somehow they didn't seem to do much for him. So he came too. And it was quite a lot. People from America who just happened to be in the country, or friends of your brothers.
Friends of my brothers,
so
yeah.
there's always been a collection. Andrew calls them waifs and strays. They're not. They're really welcome guests. But I quite like that, because I always found Christmas a bit hard when I was a child, because I used to feel I didn't like the excess. I wasn't comfortable. And so to make it kind of more acceptable, which was just a dinner really, we invited other people to have dinner, and we don't have a Christmas tree, but I bring in my bay tree every year.
And I mean, I was a head teacher of a secondary school for 14 years in East London. So the majority of the children were Muslim. A good old chunk of the staff were Muslim. The families all got together at Christmas because everybody's off, So I guess it's a sort of similar. It's kind of a similar thing. But if what was behind that question was there some sort of balance of Christian festivals and Jewish festivals? No.
And just to directly answer as well, we had a question about did you bring up your kids up as Jews, and there was a very clear yes. So I didn't spend too much time.
They had bar and bat mitzvahs.
Yeah. What I just wanted to point out as well is that basically you have turned the birthday or the birthday of a Jew, Jesus, into a Jewish festival. Woohoo! Great, with all the ethics of Judaism. How fantastic! Who says that we take over the world? We're taking over everybody's festivals as well. This is brilliant. I'm loving this. So, Ruth, you wanted to carry on though on that point, I think. You're about to speak. Your mouth was open, but no, maybe not.
No, I was, but then
Okay, doesn't matter.
She's lost the train of thought.
I've lost my train. It happens to me a lot these days.
Don't worry about it. I'll carry on with the train of thought. It's a great question about whether there are different challenges and opportunities where within mixed relationships that have been short or longer term. And I think that a very interesting challenge that I've faced as a rabbi is balancing the kind of questions that people maybe want to be asked, also about some of the challenges that they may face into the future. And I think it's very important that we do talk about issues which are unique to Judaism, such as circumcision, very clearly up front, so that couples are able to discuss where they stand on certain issues. Doesn't mean that actually when one, having talked, having made agreements and everything, actually comes to that emotional moment in time, that the emotions don't build up, and that it isn't problematic in some shape or form. But you do the best that you can to talk about and make agreements. God, Ruth.
Yeah, no, I mean, I remember what I was going to say before, which was that I found out that our name, actually, which people think is a Jewish name and is not, is in fact a very old English name. And it's in the Doomsday Book, Siga. And I thought, the children have really not had that English culture given to them at all. But I think that's, and I was thinking that Joshua's our eldest son's, well, I wasn't going to name the children, bar mitzvah. But I can remember Andrew standing up saying, when I was a boy growing up in Norwich, I never imagined I would be making a speech at my son's bar mitzvah. And I just thought, gosh, he has come, you know, such a long way, you know, and I really appreciate all that he had, you know, all that he had done. And the kids, if you ask them, they say 110% Jewish. They are completely Jewish. Now, so it was kind of non-negotiable, I think. And if that hadn't been, we wouldn't have got married, is the truth. I was never going to, it was never a question he even thought to ask. But things like, I mean, circumcision for it is difficult for everybody, isn't it? You know, you wish, am I the only person who wishes that we'd never sort of, that it just evaporated, but it isn't. And there's a choice you have to make. And, you know, for the children, it's hard enough being Jewish in a non-Jewish world, being a liberal, you know, in a, where we are minority there, having a parent who's not Jewish. You know, you can end up being such, you don't want to make things any harder for them, and you need to make a decision what's in their children's best interest.
So that's the fascinating thing. I think I get this from you know, thinking, for example, about a lot of the conversations we've had over this conference already, and I'm sure that we will continue to have in terms of the complexity. And one of the most beautiful things I think about liberal Judaism is about thinking through things in a non-binary way. Appreciating the complexity, not washing it under the carpet. I think Judith was talking about that last night as well, sort of acknowledging the difficulties that we have, being able to listen to each other, not being able to solve everything. I think there's often the desire to solve every issue. We can't solve every issue, but to be able to carry on talking and to be able to have that conversation, how we talk and how we listen to each other, that we all grow through. I think that's a very particular trait of liberal Judaism that certainly up until now, we've really been able to bring to the fore, both within our own movement and I think significantly within Judaism. So if we think about how other branches of Judaism have moved, I would say we're succeeding. You know, our influence is so important for the Jewish community of this country that Reform Judaism wouldn't be where it is today without us having made the decisions that we had and leading the way. And certainly the Orthodox or traditional households that I was talking about earlier, where they're not talking about their kids marrying out anymore, but they're talking about how can we help them? How can we, what ceremonies are available to them, and exploring all of these. They would never have moved to that point without actually having liberal Judaism lead the way on this issue.
Just coming back to the question, I've just been sort of thinking about it a bit. I mean, I guess if you're at the beginning of a relationship, I'd imagine if you've met somebody who's Jewish, then, and you're not Jewish yourself, then that's probably quite interesting, isn't it? There's it's part of an interesting extra facet, perhaps, of the person that you're forming the relationship with. They've got a different cultural background to you, and so on and so forth. But I suppose I was thinking the question: what if I look back, or I was about to say, if somebody said to me, "Look, I've just hitched up with somebody who's Jewish. Tell me what's in store, what surprises you," or something along those lines. I think I would, the sort of things that I wasn't expecting. I didn't expect to end up having to be a spokesperson for the state of Israel, which of course is something that every Anglo-Jew ends up being, don't they? When you get in these conversations and suddenly, you know, about Zionism, God knows what, and so on and so forth, and you end up being asked all sorts of questions. And so I wasn't expecting that. Because you don't necessarily expect you're going to have to go into your kids' school to deal with anti-Semitism that they're being subject to. So that's a kind of I think those were two sort of surprises that somebody who's embarking on the kind of relationship that we've had probably needs to be ready to deal with.
And then you
learn as you go along, you know.
You were subjected to some anti-Semitism yourself, quite a lot. And of course, then the answer is because people thought he was Jewish. I mean, they just thought he was Jewish.
See, the school I was head teacher at, because it's fairly local to where we live, there was a friend of one of our sons, who they went to primary school together, who went to the school I became head at. So, I think a misguided attempt to increase his cachet within the school. He announced one day that he'd been to Mr. Seeger's son's bar mitzvah. So, of course, that, I suppose, instantly the assumption then becomes that Mr. Seeger must be Jewish, mustn't he? Because how on earth could he be at a bar mitzvah otherwise? And so I got anti-Semitic remarks chucked at me on social media on one occasion, I think, and in the corridor, and
but you couldn't say you're not Jewish because it doesn't make it okay.
That doesn't mean it doesn't count, does it? Just because you're slinging it at somebody who isn't, Jewish.
No.
So, that kind of stuff had to be dealt with.
The incredible thing is, as well, though, you've got a name which, until Ruth told me wasn't a Jewish name, I'd have just taken it as a Jewish name. Your looks are quite Jewish. You count. So, and look, I think
beard used to be red.
So I think we're going to have to introduce. I know we've got the Chairs Awards within Liberal Judaism. I think we're going to have to have a new award for the honorary Jew. Anyway, we've got a very interesting question that's come in as well from Leslie Moss. Saying, do you think it would have been different if the relationship was the other way around, the sort of like Jew non-Jew thing, i.e. that Ruth was not Jewish and therefore halakha comes into play at all?
I'm going to let you answer that.
If I'd been not Jewish and he'd been Jewish,
but you think on that. You think on that one, and I'll answer in terms of for liberal Judaism, and certainly as far as the clergy are concerned. We are welcoming of people with a Jewish parent and a Jewish upbringing. So for us, it doesn't matter. Equilinearity is absolutely vital part of liberal Judaism. That if you're brought up as Jewish, you're Jewish, and we welcome people into the Jewish faith in this way. And within, I would hope, all liberal Jewish congregations, that would be the experience of children growing up, that it hasn't made any difference. But I don't know if you have a thought on that now, Ruth, at all, or not, and that's fine.
I don't,
because it might be not relevant to us.
I suppose I have a non-Jewish grandparent and the wrong one, if you like, my mother's mother. And so, so there's always been that sort of, just one more complication, really, isn't it? Have you got the ketubah? No, but she was buried in a right cemetery. I was all ingrained that the liberal Judaism, and from the past when it was even more radical than it is now in some ways. So the patrilineal thing is kind of something that I absorbed from a very long time ago. So I think in liberal Judaism it probably isn't, but I know I had a friend he was Jewish and his partner wasn't, and he was fretting with me, about whether his children wouldn't be Jewish. I said, it's all right, become liberal, then that'd be fine. I just want to go back. I just see a question that somebody was asking about the difference in short term and long term and how it changes the long term. And you were talking about the sort of interest when it's at the beginning, when it's a short term. But at some point, I suppose with any relationship, you have to, you sort of think about what parents you're going to be, or all these sorts of things. So I think then when you get married, or you decide to make it permanent, I think probably then you have to sort it out. You have to have the discussion, don't you, about what are we going to do? I think you would have to do that.
What I think would be interesting is to know how a genuinely mixed faith couple got on. If you had two people who both had their, a Jew and somebody who was Jewish and somebody who honestly was faith, had a different faith, that would be interesting to know how that one got negotiated.
Yeah, no, look, there's many different ways, and every situation and individual situation is their own. I've come across circumstances where there are kids who are being brought up in a different faith other than Judaism, and obviously sometimes that's caused problems for the Jewish family in terms of the way that they think and what they they never dreamt that this would be the case for their grandchildren, maybe. There's also the circumstances where people have tried to go to Cheder on a Saturday and Sunday school as well. And it's just like, you know, I just want to go to play football, dance, or whatever I want to do. Something else other than religion, please. There's, you know, and also scenarios where I remember when I became the rabbi at MPLS, as it then was, the ARC now, and I said to Dad, you know, these people in the synagogue who, you know, they're there for everything, every service, every adult learning opportunity, everything, but they're not Jewish. Why is that? And we asked a number of people, and they said, well, you've never asked, or it's never come up. And actually they did become Jewish, but there was one who said, well, I believe in Jesus. And this person, I just wouldn't have thought it. They had brought up Jewish children in a Jewish home, etc., but their personal religion was Christianity. They also found Judaism spiritually meaningful as well, but no, they believed in Jesus. So I think every circumstance is different. I've also, in speaking to couples, I won't say I was responsible for breaking up couples, but sometimes in speaking, when you sort of intuit that there's a little something going on as well, and meeting a parents, actually, this was an Irish Catholic family, and meeting with them and talking, and then finding out or seeing the Irish Catholic mother going redder and redder in the face and not speaking though. And I said, after about 20 minutes, would you like to say something? And she said, you're all going to hell. And I thought, okay, this could be a problem. They didn't get married in the end, but you know, these situations where you do, you know, everything is unique. There's no one solution for these for the situations at all. Go on, Ruth.
As I say, it's all that. It's been a bit of a theme of this for the conference, hasn't it? Been about, you know, listening. You know, listening to people and, or, you know, identifying differences and seeing what you can agree on, or finding a way through. But actually, you know, talking about it with respect and hearing it. And I bet there is a way to negotiate that through. I mean, I could imagine that you could have two partners with different, you know, different faiths, and as you say, generally, and that one could just say, but you know what, I might be Christian, Hindu, whatever, I'm agreeing the children, we are making a joint decision, having talked this through, that the children will be this and will be that. I think it is too hard to ask the children to be both. You know, I just think that's really, I think that would be tough. I could be wrong on that one, and I'd be happy to discuss it, but I think that would be hard. But you could, I could see that you could find it. It would just be a different conversation than we had, what, 38 years ago or whatever, I think.
Well, so just two things, maybe as we move to wrap up just a little bit as well, just to reflect that I think that we would hope, I'm sure you would as chair of the movement, that regardless of the circumstances of the people who happen to become members, congregants of our communities, that the clergy and the congregations themselves work with couples and households in a way that is humane, compassionate, and doing everything that we can to be supportive of people. It's a religion, we're a club, and there are certain rules of the club as well. And hopefully people will not ask us questions which are unfair questions. But people do sometimes, and it's how to respond in the gentlest and the softest way possible, but to be as supportive as possible. And then to recognize that things have changed a little bit as well, and will also always do so within an organisation such as Liberal Judaism and a branch of a religion such as ours. Religions change very, very slowly. They're like oil tankers, but Liberal Judaism is a little bit more adept at being able to change and to be able to move a little bit quicker. And as I said earlier, often lead in terms of the way Judaism goes and to be able to take us forward. So I think that this is a really important conversation that we've been having. I think it's amazing that the chair of our liberal Jewish movement has felt so happy to speak and to share about her life. That Andrew, as I say, I look forward to the next conference when we start schlepping chairs again together, or actually, well, we're going to cycle, aren't we? We're going to cycle up to the next.
That's the plan.
Yeah, the next conference we have. But who knows where we're going to be going in the future? I really hope that everybody has found this a meaningful session. Thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon. And if you do have questions, if you're a member of synagogue, please do speak, obviously, to your rabbi and to your community. And at the same time, let's keep the conversation going about how we can include people, help people to have Jewish homes, raise Jewish children, be proud Jews, and enjoy ourselves and our Shabbat as well, which I've really enjoyed being in your presence and company this afternoon, Andrew and Ruth.
Thank you so much, Aaron. It's been great.
Shalom to everybody, and have a good rest of the conference.
So, hello again. Where was I? Where I was so rudely interrupted by somebody saying they actually wanted to make a proper, legitimate presentation to the Liberal Judaism Biennial. And all I wanted to do was tell some daft story from nearly 40 years ago. But I'm back again. And so I'm going to tell my daft story from nearly 40 years ago. It's the story of the first time I went to a Liberal Judaism Biennial, which we decided was in 1983. When Biennial was used to take place in odd years. And I hadn't registered for the Biennial. I was a member of Northern Pinner Liberal Synagogue. And I believe it was their Rabbi now Dr. Andrew Goldstein, who had invited me or insisted that I come along to the Biennial in his car with him and Sharon. I hadn't registered for the Biennial. I hadn't paid for the Biennial. I didn't even know what a Biennial was. I arrived at this hotel in Bournemouth and sort of strolled in to be greeted by Rosita Rosenberg, the late and wonderful Rosita Rosenberg, and Monique Blake by her side. And they said, "Who are you?" And I told them who I was. And they sort of looked at each other. And while they were busy looking at each other, I just sort of wandered in. I didn't have a room. I didn't have a bed. I actually slept on the floor of the room of one Daniel Rich. You may be familiar with that name, and about 3 other people were in the room as well. So that was my first encounter with the Liberal Judaism Biennial in 1983. And here I am, 38 years later. That was my first taste of communal biennial Liberal Judaism, being part of the Liberal Judaism family, which I've been privileged to be part of ever since. And what a great family it is. So I hope that those of you who are watching are enjoying being part of the LJ family this weekend. I understand I've got a question from Leslie coming up, which I'm more than happy to answer. If Leslie, yes, can I introduce Ed? Ed, ooh, that's the question. Is it that Kessler chappie? Because I'm not actually seeing a program in front of me. You know me and biennials, I turn up, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what one is. You honestly expect me to have a program in front of me and know what's going on? It's Dr. Ed Kessler. I thought it might be. Any other Eds who it might have been, but you never know. Nice to see you, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, nice to see you, Pete. Yeah, I'm doing fine, thank you, and looking forward to this. You're looking well and dandy. A few more grey hairs, perhaps.
Well, there are a lot, actually, but thank you for pointing that out. So I've got them all, though. Nevertheless, they're all still there. And you're looking very, very young. But the glasses make you look very academic.
I've got various guises, but certainly academia is one of them. And we've got a fantastic session about to run on religious responses to COVID.
Oh, is that what it is? Charlie, that's just appeared on the screen. It's from Charlie Begins. It says, "What is religion in a post-COVID world?" I thought she was asking me the question. I thought I had to answer that sitting here right now. So that's actually what you're doing. Can I just say before you start, that one of my favorite memories of you, I think it was a biennial. Because one of the best things about guest speakers at biennials is that they always start with jokes. Okay, any good speaker starts with a joke. And the one I remember from you, which is not to say that the rest of the speech wasn't equally memorable, whatever the hell it was, but this is the bit it was talking about working together as a community, right? And it was the one about the Jewish rowing club, which I'm sure.
Oh, that's a great one. That's a great one. Yeah.
You want me to set you up and get you to tell it again, or should we just leave that for somewhere in your bit coming up now?
Well, I suppose you can't just sort of leave the audience hanging with the joke.
Wait till the end, then they'll all stay.
Okay. Well, listen. If I don't say it because it's going to be such a dynamic conversation, then everyone's welcome to message me, and I will share the joke. I haven't told that one for a long time, so I hope don't forget the end.
Listen, Ed, it's lovely to be on a screen with you, my friend, which is, of course, as good as it gets in these post-COVID days. But hopefully, in the post-COVID days, we will be able once again to speak face to face. But in the meantime, I'm pleased to hand over to Dr. Ed Kessler, who's the founder director of the Wolf Institute, leading a conversation about what is religion in the post-COVID world. Over to you, young man.
Thank you, Rabbi Pete. Well, welcome everybody. It's a great delight to be part of the Biennial again. I'm delighted. We've got a fantastic group with us, I was about to say this morning, but it's this evening now, isn't it? We have Reverend Lucy Winkett, who is rector in Piccadilly in St James's Church in central London. Hello, Lucy.
Hi, good to be here.
And we have Jasveer Singh from City Sikhs, who arrived just a few seconds ago. Good to see you, Jasveer, and coping with the technology. How are you?
I'm good, Ed. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Welcome. And we have Julie Siddiqui, a well-known Muslim leader. Julie, I haven't seen you for, at least 2 weeks, but it's great to see you again. How's Ramadan going?
Yes, good, thanks. All good. We're in the second spot now.
And the fasting, you're used to it now?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of take it in our stride, really. You have days that are a bit more tricky, but otherwise it's all good. It's a blessed time.
Well, welcome to you and to everyone, and to the audience. If you have any questions, put them up on the comments. Give us a chance. So give us at least 20 minutes before you start putting up your questions, and I will ask our panelists. What I'd like to do for the first few minutes is share with you some of the research that's been undertaken by the Wolf Institute in Cambridge, which looks at the relationship between religion and society. And we interviewed 30 faith leaders from around the UK, including one of our panelists here, and asking them how they responded and what the reaction was to the COVID crisis in their community. And I would like to just share 3 findings from our research, which I hope will interest you before.
Ed, I think Rabbi Charlie's supposed to be joining us as well.
Hey!
Yeah.
Oh, how could I miss the most important person of the lot?
Not the most important, but I was like, Ed, let me in.
Rabbi Charlie, what can I say? I can only apologize. It's another sin that I'm going to put towards Yom Kippur, and to say that you are most welcome, Charlie.
Thank
and of course,
you.
CEO of Liberal Judaism. I could be thrown out. It could be a harem just by failing to introduce you. But thank you for your patience, and I will take the telling off later. Now, going back to what I was going to say, which is 3 of the findings from the research that we did, and the first one, actually, Charlie, is connected with you. Because obviously technology was a challenge for all of us, and we all had to speed up with our use of technology, both as faith leaders, but also as members of the community. But one of the things that Charlie shared with me, which I think it'd be interesting to see what the panelists have to say, which is the fact that you can attend different services, right? And some of you doubtless have tried different services and different liberal communities, perhaps even reform communities. But what's intriguing is that adherents from different faiths were trying other communities, that they were using the technology. What goes on in a mosque? Or what goes on in a church? What goes on in a synagogue? And because you don't have to physically cross the threshold, it's not quite as, what can I say, as intimidating. You go into a place and someone welcomes you and says, oh, let me take you in, let me introduce you. Actually, half the time, you just want to experience what's going on in a different place. So what the technology has allowed people to do is to test out different communities. It's created, and I'm quoting Rabbi Charlie Baginski here, it's created a marketplace, a competition, because religious adherents are almost, what can I say, consumers, because we can move around so much. So that's the first thing I wanted to share with you, the use of technology, not just as a challenge, but as opening up the whole world to each of us. The second is that I think we seem to have come across a new understanding of what presence is. What does it mean to be present? Now, at the moment, I'm sitting somewhere in Cambridge, and my panelists are sitting, well, all over the place, mainly in London. I suspect Julie is west of London. So what does it mean to be present in a community in this COVID world? Do we have to reconfigure the notion of presence? And for Christians, of course, in particular, the presence of Christ in the Eucharist, as Lucy might touch on, is even more significant when the community can't be with her when she performs. And what about presence at a funeral? You might have attended online funerals. You might even have attended a real funeral, I mean, one of the very small number who can attend, but observing social distancing. What we found in funerals in particular is that there are new strategies. So, for example, and both the Muslim community in Bradford, I heard this, as well as in the Jewish community of Stamford Hill, that the hearse, rather than going straight from the deceased house or the hospital to the cemetery, would go through the community, and people who couldn't attend the actual burial because they weren't allowed would come on their doorstep and, as it were, participate, as it were, be present in the funeral. So it's interesting how new little strategies have developed as a result of COVID. So that's the second one, the sense of presence. And the third one I'd like to share with you before opening it up to the panel is a sense of a renewal of what you might call home theology. Now, I think it'd be interesting if Lucy agrees with me. I think Christians have found that quite hard. Muslims and Jews in particular, have so much goes on in the household, you know, Seder meal, Shabbat, and so on. But in the Muslim world, I think it was Julie who shared this with me, that those Muslim men who would normally go off to the mosque, and I think also we had Jagbir from Birmingham, who you'll know, Jasvir, a Sikh scholar, talked about the community coming into the household, and there was a sort of a rebalancing of the gender, I won't say gender politics, but the gender issues. Or Julie's fallen off, so hopefully she'll be back on in a moment. But what that meant for Muslim women in particular was a kind of a possibility of reasserting their position in the household in terms of prayers. And maybe Julie will touch on that in her presentation. And then the final point, I did say we're three, I'm going to give you four because I was, you know, what can I say? The final point is theology changing? Are our religious practices changing? Now, Shaunika, who is a Hindu from Oxford, Shaunika Rishi Das, talked to me about how things are actually changing on the ground, and it's up to religious leaders to follow. I mean, so often religious leaders like to think they're in charge. Now, all the four of you know that's not true. Right? But you like to think you're in charge. Actually, what seems to be happening is there are little changes on the ground. And if we, as religious leaders, or the four panelists who are religious leaders, I'm just an observer, if you as religious leaders are cute, you won't just follow what's going on the ground. You'll pick up you'll take it forward, and you'll take it further. So those are just some brief reflections on religious responses to COVID. And what I'd like to do now is to turn to the four of you, and I'm going to pick you in the order that I can see you. And Lucy, you're first up, is either to respond to some of the things that I've shared with you in terms of the research at the Wolf Institute, or tell us a little bit about how you've coped as a faith leader in your church, your community. And I suppose what we're really interested in also is whether that will continue. Let's start with Lucy.
Thank you very much, Ed. It's absolutely fascinating, the points that you've made. And I guess I would say I recognise all of them just from our own experience. One of the things I think the technology has done, and just speaking very, very personally, I'd never live streamed anything in my life before last year. And then suddenly on one day I started live streaming, and I never stopped. It was every day for a really long time. So that was a real shock and a kind of vertical learning curve, which I tried very hard to see as an opportunity and as a blessing. But if I'm absolutely honest, with me and a laptop, on my own, trying to press, trying to see the strength of the signal was often pretty stressful, knowing that there were a large number of people on the other side of it. So, but I think one of the things that the technology has done, and I would use the phrase, it's lowered the thresholds so that people can, they can kind of sidle in and sidle out. And I think that's a really good thing, that people can they don't need to kind of decide to come and walk through the door and, exactly as you say, pick up an order of service in a Christian church, for example, and not know the hymns and worry about when to sit and stand. They can kind of sidle in and just check it out. And maybe they might decide later on to come physically or not. So I think that's been a really amazing thing. It's been wonderful to have people who've joined us from all different places around the world. And the only other thing, I don't want to speak for too long to start with, but the only other thing I would pick up on, I think you're right to say that Christian practice has found that renewal of home theology. That's not been uncomplicated for us. And again, I think it's a really welcome thing, but I don't think we're anywhere close to understanding what that's going to mean for our religious practice, as most of our discipline, as it were, has been gathering together in a public building. Not all of it, of course. There's home groups and house groups and prayer groups, etc. But actually, the main thing that tells you that you're a Christian is when you're together with other people celebrating the Eucharist. So I think that has been a challenge, but one that I think we must embrace. Your last point about religious practice changing and leaders have to, pick it up and run with it. I think that's, for me, it's emerging that there are three different categories of ways that I now must interact with people. One is online only. So we will run things just online, groups. Zoom has been amazing for people to connect in smaller groups and have kind of courses, I suppose. One would be a blended experience. So I'm thinking of one particular funeral that I took during the COVID, during one of the lockdowns where the numbers were very restricted. We live streamed the service, and not only members of our congregation, but people from the Caribbean and America and Canada were watching. And I was able to, well, I suppose you just include the camera as another member of the congregation, really. So you're speaking within the service, but you're also talking to the people at home. So that's been something to learn. So there's a blended religious practice. And then I think there will probably be religious services that we do that are not live streamed. So we don't just assume that everything now goes online, because sometimes you can have those types of discussions in a more intimate setting that you wouldn't have if it was on YouTube. So I think I'm starting to see that there's three different categories of things, and that we must develop those practices and those teachings and those liturgies accordingly. And that's a really interesting challenge for the future. It's not going away for sure, online worship.
No, I'm sure you're absolutely right, Lucy. So here's one question before we move to Jasvir, following up what you said. Do you think those people who have got used to following your service on a Sunday morning in their pajamas and their dressing gown and their slippers, sipping a cup of tea and enjoying the words that you are sharing with them, will they come back and cross the threshold physically?
That's such a good question. I mean, we've had lots of feedback where people say, well, it's great because I can just switch you off. I mean, if you're boring, I just turn you down. And we couldn't do that. We couldn't do that before. We had to sit there till you finished to be polite. So I think that's empowered the congregation. And I have to say it's in a really good way, although sometimes it's a bit tough to take if you realize people really are switching you off halfway through. I think from anecdotal experience, and it's only anecdotal with our congregation, people are so happy to be back in the building, but their pattern might change, I think. So it might be that while they really came, every week or every 2 weeks, they may now come a little bit less than that physically, but they'll also access it online if we continue the online worship for the other weeks. But I have to say that, and this may sound a bit old-fashioned, although the connection is real and intimate online, for sure, and holding silence online and praying online, I never thought that could be as powerful as it is, and it undoubtedly is. Sharing the Eucharist, and that's the problematic theological bit, that there is no substitute for being together and eating and drinking actual food together. So I think that's probably where those for whom that's a central part of their Christian practice, they will be, and they are coming back to be in the building for that.
Thank you very much. Jasvir, you're next up. How have you responded, and how's your community responded to COVID-19?
So with City Sikhs itself, first of all, I'd never call myself a faith leader. I'd say I'm a faith activist who's in a community leadership role, which is distinct to faith leadership.
Jasvir, that sounds very Jewish, because everyone's very careful about how they introduce themselves, but go for it. Tell us what you really think.
Sure. So I'll start first of all with the community. I think City Sikhs, we've always been quite forward-looking. We've had our events being streamed online for quite some time, because we've appreciated that even when we've had in real life events, not everyone can attend. So we do need to have them streamed on Facebook, on YouTube, and so on. So for us, the movement into online-only events wasn't so difficult. It was more trying to make sure that others who were on the panel were able to present in the way that they needed to. So there was a lot of learning that had to be done. One of the interesting things has been just how many organizations have been able to upskill themselves during the various lockdowns and during COVID-19 to get themselves to a position where they can now provide effectively not services, but certainly talk about the faith online and do it in a way that's accessible to as many people as possible. And I think through that, it's led to a democratization of faith through online presence and resources. Now, the meaning of presence, I think that's an important one to bear in mind within the Sikh context. Sikh places of worship are called gurdwaras, or the place of the Guru, the doorway to the Guru. And that's because that is where the Guru resides, where our scriptures are treated as being the eternal teacher or the eternal Guru. And for many Sikhs, a large majority of whom still haven't had the ability to go back into a place of worship or go back to a Gurdwara, they've effectively been separated from their physical Guru. And that has had an impact on mental health, it's had an impact on well-being, and that's been quite a difficult aspect of dealing with how to come out of COVID and how to come out of the pandemic, because many people are far too scared to be going to places of worship, and so the number of the footfall, for want of a better word, of the congregation is much lower than it used to be. But that doesn't mean that the appetite for being involved in the faith and wanting to find out more and connect with the faith has diminished at all. Many people are practicing their faith at home. They do their prayers at home. They have copies of scriptures online, which they can then use, the excerpts for the prayers. And I know of family members who, for example, have become more engaged with their faith in a personal way rather than through the institutions. But one thing that's a very fundamental part of the Sikh community is the dual concept of Sangat and Pangat. Sangat being congregation and community, being with like-minded individuals in the Gurdwara, and Pangat being the participation in langar, or the communal kitchens, which are a form of service in themselves. And the idea is that If you go into a Sikh place of worship, when you go to a Gurdwara, you eat together and you pray together. And it's that sense of togetherness that fosters, which has been lost during the pandemic. It's been wonderful to see Sikh organisations try to bring that Pangat and the Langar into local communities, providing hot meals to vulnerable people and providing a food service. But it's the Pangat itself, the idea of people being in rows, in lines, eating the same meal, consuming the same food, having the same water, or having it from the same jug. That sense of communality has diminished. And that's the one thing that I think can never be replicated online. It's as Lucy was saying quite eloquently, the Eucharist can't be committed in a way which is done online, which works in accordance to the theology. And it's exactly the same with the Sikh context. Langar is very much about it being blessed in a certain way, being created and consumed in a certain way. And without that presence and connection, it isn't possible to have that in an online-only world.
Well, thank you, Chazfir. And let me ask you one question, as I did Lucy, and then Rabbi Charlie is up next. Now, you use the term democratization. And one of the challenges, I think, for all faith communities has been the issue about gender relations. And all our faith communities have to deal with elements of patriarchy of one type or another. And I know that's true of the Sikh community as it is of my own. How has that worked out with the fact that the Gurdwaras are closed and that the separation of roles that may be traditional in the Sikh community in terms of a lot of the work I know in the kitchens is done by women, and a lot of the prayers are led by men. Has there been a rebalancing?
I think in personal homes, perhaps. From what we see online, unfortunately not. And I think as a result of Gurdwaras being closed, the quote-unquote gender traditional roles, which really shouldn't be there as gender traditional roles. The whole purpose of the Sikh faith was to overcome that difference and to allow true equality between the genders. But you're right, most of the, if not almost all of the prayers in Gurdwaras, all of the liturgical work is done by men, and almost all of the cooking and distribution of food is done by women. I think it's actually led to a bit of a regression in that respect, because there's less of a connection with the feminine side, one could argue, the nourishment, the physical nourishment. And I think that's been slightly sad, well, very sad to see. I think once Gurdwaras do reopen properly, we'll see things start to be restructured in a certain way. It's a shame that there haven't been any, none that come to my mind, individuals who are Sikh, who are female, who've been able to use this as an opportunity to break through and to talk about and to do prayers online, to lead services. That hasn't happened, unfortunately. And I think this is actually a difficult time, really.
That was very interesting. Thank you very much. And I'm sure Julie may pick up on that on her side. But we have next the Chief Executive Officer of Liberal Judaism, who may have come last, but she's arrived now. She's here. She's with us. Rabbi Charlie, your response, please, to COVID-19 and what LJ and what you have been doing in the aftermath.
I think, given where we are, that I probably don't need to tell a lot of the people watching what our communities have been up to. But I think your last bit of what you addressed, and I think a lot of the things that both Lucy and Jasvir have mentioned are so similar. This balance between the in-person, the online, and for me, this is the challenge. You said about what happens next. Where do we go? And I took my dog Lucy, who was barking at her door. In order to resist that, I took my dog for a walk just before this session. I was walking along, and our local pub has along the canal has opened up again, and all along the river are people sitting having a drink in the sunshine. And you realise how quickly, even though they're outside and not in, but it's a beautiful sunny day, you realise how quickly we default back into our patterns. And I know that at the moment there is fear both in our communities as well as other communities of actually going back into the building. And I think for some of our communities, it's a long way off. But I think the danger almost is that we do slip back into old. And it's not to ignore that being together is something special. And I'm sure we will have services that are not hybrid, are just in person and not streamed either. Both regular Shabbat services, but also funeral services and others that just for whatever means don't hit that. But I think we have learned during this period that we have the ability to change and change fast. And that's the thing that I want us to hold on to. And of course, yes, it is something about us as faith or community leaders of anticipating what are the mood in our communities for. But it was also about holding on to what has been special in these moments. And part of what I think has been special has been our ability to adapt and meet our community's needs where they needed us. And we haven't been brilliant at that. I think across the religious spectrum, we haven't been great at that. It's taken us a long time to change and adapt. And I want us to hold on to that sense of an ability to change. And I think the second reflection I have is something actually that I always, every time I hear Jasvis speak, it reminds me, but actually with all of my colleagues on here as well, we've had similar conversations, is about the role that religion has played in society during this time. I have never done more interfaith conversation than I have done during the last year. And it's been amazing, and not necessarily just on the theological level, although that's been wonderfully challenging. It's been on the political with a small p or a powerful P, really. And we've stepped up, and we not that we didn't before, but together, much more of a sense of, look, we are acting in the community and we're acting together. And I want us to see holding on to that, and I want that to spread out to our local communities and not just be those of us that have the privilege of having the voice and the platform. And so I think they're the challenges going forward. Religion maintaining its fundamental seat at the table and saying we're here and our voice is important and we're doing important things. And also then for us to realize that we can change and adapt and still hold on to what the essence of the important things that we're doing.
Well, thank you, Charlie. Two excellent points with don't lose the ability to adapt. And you're right, I completely agree with you there. And also, and this session epitomizes the ability of us to communicate and be with one another, whether we're a Sikh, a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jew. So the question for you, Charlie, before we go on to Julie, our fourth panelist, is there any point having a religious building anymore, Charlie? I mean, should we just, I don't know, you and Julie, St. James's and the Montague Centre, they're not so very far away. Why don't you just sell one and move in with the other? Is there any future for religious buildings in our post-COVID world? And if so, what is it?
So we have one community who always says to me, people before bricks. So the thing about liberal Judaism is that we have a lot of communities that actually don't have specific buildings. They use other people's spaces all the time. And then we have those buildings, for example, the LJS and in many ways the Montague Centre, which have huge, not only spiritual power, but emotional connection and tell stories and allow an experience that goes beyond the bricks, that's something beyond. So I think we have to think creatively about space. I think we've got to ask ourselves serious questions about what we're saying about those bricks. And some bricks will continue to be important, and some bricks, actually, it may be time for a different use of them. And I think if I look back to last year's conference on collaboration, there is more. And maybe that isn't that we don't, the Montague Centre isn't, well, we're moving in, Lucy, but it might not be that, but it may be other forms of collaboration that do put people before mortar.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Charlie Baginski. Well, now we're going to move on to Julie Siddiqui, be a familiar voice and face to many of us. But before Julie comes on, let me just say, please add your questions, your comments. Always like to hear from you. Gail Davis, thank you for your remark about that you've attended different services and got to know different rabbis. We don't really want to have a performance-related table in liberal Judaism, but nevertheless, I suspect these things may develop in years to come. They do it with me as a teacher. Why shouldn't they do it with you as a faith leader? Judy Siddiqui.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'll begin in the name of God. It's really nice to be here. And the advantage and disadvantage of going forth is that so many things in my head now that I'd like to say. I need to pick out some that maybe touch on some things that haven't been said already, but everything that everyone's saying, is chiming with me all the way through. One of the things that you mentioned, Ed, which others haven't picked up on, I think I will, is the issue about funerals and death and loss, and really the very, very painful, difficult stuff that has come from that, where people haven't been able to do even the basics of sort of saying goodbye to a loved one, and the real cost of that I think is quite big, and it's been really difficult and challenging for faith leaders, also funeral directors and all of that industry. I mean, there's been really challenged, chaplains, of course, people in hospitals. So I think that has been a really difficult one that no one has really had one answer to, because everyone's just been trying to make good of something that's very, very difficult. And that's still having a knock-on effect, I think, now, even people and their mental health and that. So I feel that's something that we collectively share as well, that actually it's been really tough to people to not be able to do the basics of funerals and things that they would have done before. Having said that, as you were speaking earlier, I was thinking about two things. One was a friend of mine died of cancer a couple of months back, and we actually had an amazing online gathering of women friends of hers, which was incredibly moving, really powerful in terms of the way we were able to share our thoughts about her and all of that. I found it really made a massive impact on me, and we wouldn't have probably done a gathering like that in person with all of those women from different places. So I found that very powerful. And then I was also remembering a Jewish friend whose mother passed away, and we zoomed in to his shiva. And again, I found it very powerful. My husband and I, just talking to him, because we were the only ones there at that time, it was very powerful. I found it was a privilege actually to be doing that. We would have gone to his house, I'm sure, but actually doing it like that, I found it really kind of intimate and different. So I think there's pros and cons with these things, I guess, but those were the things that came to mind when you're mentioning about funerals. And I also just want to say about, I think the government sort of putting faith at the center of a lot of the conversations around COVID, I think was brilliant. And credit to the people who made that happen. I think that was very positive. I think having different faith groups right in at the heart of these conversations around places of worship and safely opening and all of that, I think was extremely positive. And I think let's hope that some of those interactions or some of those connections they made with maybe different people will continue. And I think then I would also go as far as to say that faith communities saved lives during COVID. There's no doubt about it that faith communities stepped up, and some, when it came to feeding people, providing support. Obviously, it wasn't just faith communities, but I think there was something very powerful about how faith communities just got on and did things that perhaps were not quite happening yet at the beginning, when local authorities were taking a long time to get into gear and all of that, and faith communities just kind of did what they do really well. And I think that's something to be very proud of. I think it needs to be acknowledged. And how do we then go forward with that? And one of the things that I'd like to see more of is more collaborating in a real way between the faiths when it comes to service and doing stuff together. I think sometimes it's still a little bit territorial and, people don't quite, do it together enough. And I think there's a lot more that can be done there, because you've got sharing of resources, sharing of ideas, sharing of ways to do things. One community has assets or buildings, another community has loads of enthusiastic young people that want to do things. One community might have people who cook stuff, other people have. So, how do we make that join up a bit better, I think is something I'd like to see going forward, because that goes beyond that. That means you're serving humanity together as opposed to just having meetings and dialogue, which I think, you know, we've done that. We need to move on. So those are some of the things that came to mind when you were speaking.
Well, thank you, Julie. And thank you, everybody who's beginning to send a few remarks. Welcome to Annabelle from Austria. And Gail Davis shared with us her kitchen bar mitzvah story, which I think is one of many, actually, in terms of the celebration of bar mitzvah. But Julie, you haven't got away with that out of personal question for you. And this is about the 24/7 access, Julie, that faith leaders there seems to be more demanded of them. I mean, I teach, a third of my students are future ministers of religion of one type or another. And part of the challenge is for them to learn how to protect themselves in a really difficult environment when you're expected to be a youth worker, a faith leader, a teacher, administrator, a fundraiser, and everything else. But now, with this technology, Julie, you are available 24/7. Surely that is an unhelpful situation, not just for the Muslim community, but for all of us. Or is this just what we have to accept?
No, I mean, I do think it's a challenge, and I think that we need to protect our boundaries where we can as well. And it's not always easy to do. And those of us that are in these roles, in whatever these roles are, you know, we care. So when you care, and when someone needs help or reaches out or asks something or we feel we need to respond. But I do also feel that protecting our own boundaries and our own mental health is also important. I mean, I've certainly practically started in the last few months not looking at my phone after a certain time, and again not into the morning, and not doing certain things at certain times, and just switching off, because we have to do that. So I think there's pros and cons with it. I think it's great to be able to connect with people. I've connected with people online through my phone that I just otherwise wouldn't have known. I would never have connected with. I wouldn't have been able to help them. They wouldn't have been able to help me. So, there's a huge blessing in it. But I do think that all of the research is showing that we have to be careful as well. And certainly for people who've got, if you like, a constituency, whatever that might look like, I think we have to be mindful of our own care, self-care, in order to be good enough to work with others, because otherwise it's tiring. You feel, you can't do the best job you can when you're just forever giving.
Well, Julie, I think you're absolutely right. And I hope everyone watching hears that. There's only so much you can expect. And I mean this seriously. There's only so much you can expect from your faith leaders. Now, one of the points that's been brought up, and we're getting some more questions in, is the question of government responses. Now, I suspect there will be a divergence of opinion on this panel as to the effectiveness of the government response. I don't mean to COVID per se, that's beyond our pay grade, but in terms of the religious leadership and the religious input into decision-making process. So I'm going to actually ask that question. What is your view in terms of how involved or insufficiently involved have faith communities been in government policy and government responses to COVID? Who of the panel would like to respond, or shall I just pick on somebody? Oh, right, I'm going to pick on one of you. None of you jumped up. Jasvir, you start us off.
I think it's been an interesting 12 months, 13 months now, really. From what I can tell, the government has made a real concerted effort to go beyond the previous people that they were engaging with when it came to faith communities. And they've reached out as far and as wide as they can to ensure that faith communities are being listened to, and that faith communities have that channel to discuss issues directly with government. Now, whether that leads into direct policy making or not is a different thing entirely, but I'll give you an initial example. Back in April last year, when there were concerns about what would happen if we had a situation where the number of people who were dying, the number of excess deaths was such that crematoriums, mortuaries and cemeteries became overwhelmed, what would happen in those circumstances? The government started to put into place the effectively guidance which would allow local authorities to have what would be sensibly termed as being mass burials. And there was a lot of outcry about what should happen in those respects, what should happen in those circumstances. And one of the things that was raised was about delay and whether it should be a stacking up of bodies in a mortuary, or whether there should be respect being paid to the Jewish and Muslim traditions to ensure that burials can take place immediately. And when government became aware of that being a live issue, it listened. And they made sure that the guidance reflected that. And it said that if at all possible, local authorities should give preference to Jewish and Muslim burials because of meeting the needs of those particular faith communities. And I think that's just one example of what happened at the very beginning. And since then, the connections which have been built by government with faith communities have been extensive, going way beyond just the institutional, going way beyond just those relationships which had already been formed. I hope that that continues, but I also hope that it becomes even broader than it has, because so far the focus has only been on places of worship, primarily, almost exclusively. And I feel that there are organizations out there which do a lot of work within the community, which aren't necessarily places of worship, which need to have better engagement with. So lots of good work done, but still much to do.
Okay, we'll give them a B+, I think, for that. That's what it sounds like. Anyone else want to come in on that, or shall I? Yeah, Charlie.
The only thing I'd add is that I think, and it follows on from what Jasviz said, which is that certainly we've had access. For me, and I'm new, so maybe people had unprecedented access, but for me, it's felt like we've had unprecedented access to at least the conversation. But it's also exposed that there's a really limited understanding of what it means to be religious, and what religion, like where does religion play a part? There seems to be a very narrow understanding of that. And so some of that education, I think, is starting, actually. I think one of the things that's happened during COVID is that that level of education has been expanded, but I'd love to see that continue, that government really comes to understand that religion is not, as Jasviz said, not just limited. It's not limited to a building, but actually the areas where we're involved are so extensive, and there also just isn't one type of being religious. That actually, all of us in this room are religious, and there isn't one expression of that even within the faith communities.
Thank you, Charlie. And I suppose one of the encouraging signs is the development of faith champions within different parts of government and the civil service, and therefore hopefully they have a sense of the diversity within these different faith communities. Lucy, I'd like to not pick on you. I'd like to pick the subject of mental health. I think Julie mentioned it towards the end, and this is something that we see a lot of. But what can faith communities do about the challenge of the mental health issues, not just of young people, but we do seem to be, is it a plague? Is it got to that stage? Has COVID dramatically increased the mental health challenge, or are we just more aware of it?
I guess my reading of this is really that COVID hasn't invented anything. It's exposed and accelerated things, mostly. So I think probably what I would say is that the kind of isolation that people, I suppose I'm speaking about London perhaps, or an urban environment primarily, because that's just where I am. But I think that the isolation experienced by people in large crowds and large cities has always been quite significant. And one of the ways that faith communities have tried to address that is by certainly by talking about it and gathering people and trying to address that kind of loneliness, which does seem to be endemic. I think that COVID, for some people, they simply said, well, the whole of society has just joined me. I feel like this all the time, or I'm afraid to go out all the time, and I actually have a socially isolated life all the time. So you're all talking about it now, but actually this has been my reality for a long time, or certainly the way that I felt. So I think that in that sense, there's been a greater depth of conversation about it, a more nuanced conversation about it. I have no doubt, though, that I'm just thinking about, during the lockdowns, I have absolutely no doubt that certainly for members of our congregation, this has been incredibly tough to just get through the day. And faith communities, I think, like other civil society groups, we have these kind of, oddly, I suppose, we have these weekly or more often gatherings where we rehearse and talk about what's most important to us. We do it very regularly, and that in itself can be a kind of weapon in the armory against feeling that life has no purpose, and also the medical challenges of depression and anxiety, for instance, that can be brought out and talked about very regularly with that kind of rhythm of religious practice. So I suppose it's more perhaps I'm saying it's more in the mechanism than the content, that I think religions and religious practice can be incredibly helpful here. But I have no doubt that this has been absolutely terrible for very large numbers of people, and I don't dare to say what this means yet. I think that we need to take really time to understand what effect this will have had long term on our society.
Thank you, Lucy. You may have seen, the panel may have seen one of the questions that came up, which is interesting question from John Haderman about the separation from physical objects, and I won't. Lucy's just spoken, so there's the example that you gave in terms of the Eucharist and the physicality of Christian practice and ritual. But I just wonder whether Charlie or Jasvir or Julie can speak from their faith tradition about the fact that we can't undress the scroll, as John talked about, something that he's missing. And what other aspects can you, in your own faith tradition, whether Sikh or as a Muslim, where there's that loss of the physicality, and we're not referring to, I don't think John's referring to my neighbour who I sit next to in the pew, as it were. There's something more than that in the actual physical practice. Julie or Jasvir, or Charlie, would you like to respond?
I'm happy to speak first. So going into a Gurdwara, as I said, it's the doorway to the Guru. The Guru Granth Sahib is the name given to the Sikh scriptures, and that is our Guru, that is our religious teacher. For Sikhs who haven't been able to go to a Gurdwara for the last 12 or 13 months, it has been that physical separation from our Guru. The Guru is taken to, is roused in the mornings from its resting place, which is effectively a bed, taken down to its day throne, where it's then installed for the day. It's looked after. There's a fly whisk which is waved over the top. There are clothes which are used to then cover it accordingly. And when you go into a Gurdwara, you bow down to the Guru, you put your head on the floor, you prostrate, and then some people decide to circumambulate the Guru Granth Sahib, and if they get the opportunity to wave the fly whisk as a sign of their affection to the Guru. All of those are physical aspects which Sikhs have been removed from during COVID, and still are to a large extent. So if you go into the Gurdwara, you're able to prostrate yourself, but you aren't able to necessarily circumambulate. You aren't able to lift the fly whisk and wave it. So there are lots of aspects which are now heavily restricted as a result, even if you're going there. And for the vast majority, they haven't. I think of my grandparents who were going to the Gurdwara virtually every day prior to the pandemic. And since March of last year, they haven't been the once. And it's heartbreaking to see the impact it's had on them. And they're just one example of many others who haven't had a chance to go for the last 12 months.
Thank you. Charlie or Julie, do you want to comment? Julie.
I mean, to be honest, this is probably the area which is least impacted Muslims, because in terms of a mosque anyway, there are very few physical things. It's part of how it is. It's very much plain, and it's really about the prayers being led by an imam, and the recitation that you hear is very different. But even that, I think, is fascinating, actually, how people can change when they want to, because believe me, in the past, it was very much, no, you cannot follow prayers and actually pray online. Now, people have found all sorts of ways to to do that, which I find interesting. And the whole conversation around gender is like a whole other thing of its own there. But so in terms of physical touching and actually having things, that's less of an issue for us than I think for all of you. I don't think that's been something that people have missed, because it's not really something that people do. People will have their actual Quran, but they would have that at home in the same way as they would in a mosque. I don't really think that's been the main issue for us.
Thank you. We're drawing to a close, and I'm just going to set you up for what the last question is going to be. Michael Hart's come in with one about communication, so you could take that. But the question I want to ask is, what's the big question that COVID-19 has asked of you and your faith tradition? And whilst you're thinking about it, let me share one response I had from a Pentecostal minister. And you'll remember that the Black community in particular, and Asian community, suffered higher rates of mortality in the early stages of COVID. We weren't quite sure what that was about. And his particular he said 10 people, close people to him, died in the first few months. So we're talking about the spring of 2020. And it was a real challenge for him in terms of his faith. How could God allow this to happen? It was almost a Job moment, as it were, the test, the trial of Job. And for him personally, that was his personal and theological challenge, the question of theodicy. So what's the big question? I'm afraid you've only got about a minute each, because I do want a minute to thank you all. You can take Michael's question about communication or any other you want. I'm going to do it in the order that I see you, and I'm going to start with Charlie.
Thank you, Ed. Come to me for that question. Now I wish I was still outside. I think that the big question that it's asked of me, and I wish that, or maybe I don't, but my own theology doesn't work in the sense that I haven't been thinking about the why for God, but more about the response. For me, is the big question that I'm left with. And of course, there's the response that we've talked about where is it for us as an institutional religion, but more about where is it for us as from a religious perspective. And I think we've got a lot of very difficult conversations ahead of us, and how do we enter that the being slightly fearful of those conversations that are ahead and the task that's ahead, and how do we navigate that fear as liberal Judaism, but also as religious institutions?
So what's that question? I mean, what is the question that you're not fearful of, but that may generate that fear?
So I think we're in I think while we've talked a lot about cohesion and collaboration, I'm seeing more polarization, more struggle with turning into everything being either you're right or you're wrong. That, as liberal Judaism, I really believe that we try to have the difficult conversations, but that's becoming harder. I feel like we've got a lot of work to do in terms of building, that we've seen huge inequality, massive inequality.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there, Charlie. That's great. So Charlie's big question and issue is the binary. Julie, you're up next.
So I think I would probably go to the issue around inequality. So Lucy mentioned earlier about the mental health. I would pick up that, that it has exposed things that were already there anyway. It wasn't that it's new, and that we need to really have serious questions and conversations around the inequalities in society. Not everybody was able to manage this in the same way as everybody else, because inequality is a thing. The very fact that people from certain communities died more than others is in itself something we have to all take responsibility for, and I think that's really important. I wanted to just quickly touch on Michael's point about the intrafaith stuff, which actually often is harder than the interfaith stuff. I would say that actually, as a Muslim, I feel quite proud of how Muslims, for once, because it doesn't always happen like this, but have worked together quite well on this in a number of different ways that I've actually felt quite proud of, and quite hopeful for that being something that continues going forward, because I think people realize they had to put stuff aside. But the intrafaith work, that is what Michael is alluding to there. I think there's still a long way to go in all of the faith communities. That intra stuff is really hard, and people need to put aside the differences and come together if we're going to do what, as Charlie's saying, address the big stuff together. We're going to have to put some of those things to one side. But let's see. I mean, that's down to all of us, I guess.
Thank you, Julie. Jasvir, you're up.
So I would say that there are two things. The first is, what does longer look like within a post-COVID world? And I think of, for example, at the moment, as I've said, lots of places of worship, lots of gurdwaras providing food to the vulnerable. In India, where the pandemic has really hit hard over the last few weeks, and in fact the last few days, some gurdwaras have set up oxygen langar. So that's giving out free oxygen for people who need it, who are in desperate need, having oxygen tanks ready so that people can drive in, get enough that they need for the time being until the hospital space becomes available, and then go off. Some gurdwaras in Delhi have also converted themselves into pseudo hospitals as well. So that's one thing which is being done on a practical level, which I think is important. And it's about how is that space going to be used in future, and what are places of worship and gurdwaras going to be able to do on that front. The second is, what is faith going to look like away from places of worship? We've seen a lot of evolution over the last year or so. We've seen a lot of focus on culture, identity, heritage. We've seen the impact of Black Lives Matter and the horrible, gruesome death of George Floyd last year. But then the impact that that has had on us having to reevaluate what it means to connect with our heritage and identity, which isn't necessarily going to be connected with places of worship. So how do we foster that environment of inclusivity?
Okay. To interrupt you there, Jasvir, you did very Jewish chutzpah to give two answers, and poor old Lucy has now can't use any of the following. Lucy, just so you know, you can't deal with binaries, you can't deal with the future of the lunga, you can't deal with inequality, nor can you deal with what faith looks like away from places of worship. What have you got for us?
Oh, that's a terrible challenge. Okay. I think, I mean, the thing that immediately came to my mind when you asked that question was God's question in Genesis to Adam and Eve, where are you? And I think I don't really know the answer to that. Where are you as a faith community? And that's related to the physical and the online world. We're in all those places, but to be able to build trustful community, I think that's going to be a big challenge for religions, I suppose, going forward. But I think the big question is how do we've learned to live with uncertainty, a very deep level of uncertainty. It's a riff on what Charlie was saying earlier about adaptability, but living with uncertainty is a really beautiful thing that religions can offer to society, because how do we know what we know? It's fear that drives us into that certainty that pulls us apart. So if we can learn to live with that level of not knowing but trusting anyway, and pledging ourselves and staking ourselves to build a better world together without that certain knowledge, I think that's a really good place to start for religions to offer to the whole of society.
Well, I think that's a wonderful way to end this session. I'd really like to thank, on behalf of everybody watching and everybody who will watch the recording, Jasvir Singh, Chair of City Sikhs, Lucy Winkett, Rector of St James's Church, Charlie Baginski, CEO of LJ, and Julie Siddiqui of Nisa Nashim and Muslim Communal Leader. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a fantastic conversation, and I think we're drawing it to a close.
Ed, it was great.
How was that, Pete?
I have to be honest, old son. I had to take time out to do Havdalah with my congregation. Down here in this little corner of Hertfordshire, it's already Sunday. No, not really, but it's not Shabbat anymore. You've obviously got that still to come. But we want the joke.
We want the joke. Okay, Charlie. Pete, this is terrible. Okay, so the rabbi of a yeshiva. Do you want the joke or not?
Sorry, I don't remember it being a yeshiva, but carry on.
Okay, the rabbi, the Rosh Yeshiva, right, was very worried about his students looking so pale. So he decided to set up a rowing team, give them a bit of exercise, right? So they went out and they did some rowing, they did some practice, they entered a competition, they came last. He said, well, a bit of practice, do a bit more. They came last and last and last, and every time they came last. So he said to them, I tell you what, why don't you go and spy on the best rowing team in the country? And of course, they came up to the River Cam, to Cambridge, where I am, because we have the best team. They hid by the bulrushes of the River Cam and they watched, and they came back to the Rosh Yeshiva and they said, Rabbi, we've worked out what we're doing wrong. And this rabbi said, "That's great. What is it?" He said, "They only have one person shouting."
That's it.
Bomb, bomb.
I forgot about it being the rabbi. It was just a local Jewish team. So the rabbi of the yeshiva has a much better idea. Yes, they have 8 people rowing and 1 person shouting. Brilliant.
That's the one.
Ed,
yeah.
Thank you so much for your session. I'm sorry I wasn't able to see it all, but I will join it. I will catch up on the recording, as
All
indeed everyone can. You can catch up. Any of the Liberal Judaism biennial sessions that you may have missed are available for you to find. So please don't feel that you've missed out if for whatever reason you're not able to be there. I understand that you guys are getting ready for dinner now. Well, we're all getting ready for dinner. I've got takeaway coming, so lucky me. Jess, what you got for dinner?
Oh, what takeaway are you having, Pete?
Chinese.
Oh, such a Jewish tradition. I actually just had my dinner. I had Domino's. Thought I'd treat myself on the Saturday.
Pizza, or you ate a box of Domino's? Which?
Oh no, definitely the pizza. Oh, for sure, it was the pizza. Yeah.
We should say there are other pizzas available. Okay.
There are other pizzas available, indeed. Thank you so much, Dr. Kessler, for your session. It was so informative, and it was so lovely to hear from so many different people from different faiths. We now have our dinner session, which once again, if you would like to speak to Ruth, you will be able to over on our watch party, so please check your email for the link to that. That won't be something that's live streamed, it will just be on our Zoom watch party. Then later on this evening at 7:30 we have got our Havdalah, led by my wonderful co-movement worker Josh Powell and ex-movement worker Rosa Slater. So that will be really lovely, a nice communal way to bring in the new week. Following that at 7:50 we will be having an LJY run Erev Tarbut, which will be a classic Gangashlaf for those who were at Biennial last year. It will be along the same sorts of lines, all of the fun, the silly, the excitement of a classic LJY evening session, and that will then be followed by a good old-fashioned quiz. So please come back and join us at 7:30.
Amazing. I hope you like the Havdalah compliment.
I do, always.
Give my love to your old man.
I will do.